Okay. Good evening, everyone. So good to see everyone here. Okay, there's our councilwoman. At this time, I'm going to go and open the special city council meeting. If we can get roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas is
On
In
its
the
way.
building.
in the building.
On its way. Thank you. Item number one.
The City Council will issue certificates of appreciation to the Southgate Police Department Citizens Academy. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We got certificates for the Citizens Academy. And Chief, would you like to say something before we start, or do you have any of the captains might want to say something before we start?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Captain Roman Amador is going to tell us a little bit about the Citizen Academy.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. So a little bit of background on our Citizens Academy. We hold them every year, as you know. This is the first time in a few years that we've had it in Spanish. It was presented in Spanish this time. Our Citizens Academy consists of 6 Wednesdays. It's 2 hours every Wednesday. And we go over the operations and the programs that the police department offers and how we operate, and background and history on the police department and our structure. And so we wanted the community to have some background on what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. And so this time we're able to get 10 applicants to come out and participate with us. And so we want to thank them all for their time, for devoting their time for 6 consecutive Wednesdays, especially around the holidays like it is now. But during the academy, they got to hear about our dispatch center, how it operates, our K-9 unit, our gang unit, our SWAT team, and a little bit of history on the background of the police department and how we're structured. We had a really good group of folks. They pretty much all came to every single class with the exception of one person that couldn't make it because of work obligations. But we're hoping that next time around, when we have one in Spanish, we get some more participants, a little more, we can attract some more people because we think it's important for our Spanish-speaking community to be able to have some background on what we do and why we do it, so we can continue that trust and confidence in our police department. So if I could say a few things to them in Spanish.
Sure, go
before
ahead.
We go forward with the certificates. Nomás les quería decir a todos los que participaron en el programa con nosotros, gracias por participar y por dar su tiempo a este programa. Y esperamos que tal vez con el tiempo que estuvieron con nosotros, que entiendan un poco mejor cómo opera el Departamento de Policía, por qué hacemos lo que hacemos y que tienen un poco más confianza cuando están hablando o participando en algo con el Departamento de Policía. ¿Okay? Gracias a todos por participar.
Thank you, Captain. And I just want to say congratulations to all of you who participated. Felicidades a todos ustedes que participaron. Academia, hace 25 años que yo la tomé y hace ya 25 años, como si fuera ayer. 25 years ago, I did the Citizens Academy, and I just want to say that you do learn a lot what goes in the police department. Uno aprende mucho lo que pasa adentro del departamento de policía. Y me da mucho gusto que ustedes lo hayan tomado y estén un poco más informados de cómo trabaja un departamento de policía, más el departamento de su ciudad. So with that, I'm going to call the names. Voy a hablar para entregarle su certificado de participación. Asking, it's a certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate 2. In recognition of your graduation for the Southgate Police Department Citizens Academy, a strong police department must have the support of the community. Your support through your attendance and efforts has made the program a success. And the first one is Kathleen Coralín Perez. Voy a hablar todos los nombres y luego ya pasan a darle su certificado. Manuel Pérez. ¿Están aquí? Si están aquí, levántense, ¿no? Edgar B. Escalante. Okay. Jorge Serpas. Marianda Herrera. ¿Marianda? ¿Es Marianda o Mariana? Ok. Yanira M. Escalante. Leonel Ortiz. Leonor Mares. Ángela Lucero. Leila Medina. Okay. Council, if you can go down with me so we can present them with their certificates. Yes, Chief, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to thank Captain Amador for putting his Citizen Academy together. This is one of many events that we do in the community to be able to engage and connect with our residents. And this is an excellent event in which we can bring community members to our police department. So not only do they get to learn our operational activities, but they get to know and meet different officers, which is very important.
Absolutely.
thank you,
Yes,
Captain Amador.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you to the Captain Amador for not participating, but for giving this opportunity to our Spanish-speaking residents, to take advantage and getting to know how our department works. So thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Arroyo.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Felicidades a esos que cumplieron el programa. Yo quisiera tener ese programa. Can you do like an executive summary for us, like so we can get? I mean, the mayor's done it 25 years ago, but
Yeah, it's
I think it would be of value for some of us here that sit here in the dais to kind of get some of that insight. So Captain Amador, maybe something you could think about. Something a shorter version, but something.
There is going to be running involved, though.
it's a commitment. Okay, anyone else? No? Oh,
Madam Mayor,
go
if I
ahead,
may?
Vice Mayor.
I just, again, Captain Amador, thank you very much for putting this program together. And Chief, thank you for always making your staff available to our community. And to the residents, thank you for taking the interest first. Gracias por teniendo la interés para agarrar la información del Departamento de Policía. Una cosa que yo siempre ha sido muy agradecido es de la policía que tenemos aquí en la ciudad de Sauqui. Si uno no sabe, pero cuántos de los que trabajan por el Departamento de Policía son de aquí, de la ciudad de Sauqui, crecieron de aquí, fueron a las escuelas aquí en la ciudad y quedaron aquí con nosotros trabajando para cuidar la ciudad que ellos quieren tanto. Por eso yo cada día le doy gracias a ese departamento, porque yo sé que cuando ellos están aquí en las calles, no nomás están cuidando las calles porque ese es su trabajo, es donde ellos crecieron, es donde ellos quieren y es donde sus familias todavía viven. Y por eso siempre están aquí con el corazón, siempre en la ciudad de Sauqui. So, les agradezco que ustedes tengan el tiempo y I'm grateful that you guys were able to have that experience with the officers. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, just
Go
real
ahead.
quick. Yeah, again, no quiero repetir lo mismo que dijeron, pero sí es importante que gente aprenda lo que hace el Departamento de Policías y no sé cuándo van a tener el programa de CERT. Maybe you can give us an update about an English and a Spanish version of CERT so that those who participate might want to participate. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I just saw one of the participants step in. His name is Juan Manuel Perez. If we can just acknowledge that he's here. I want to make sure
there's- Yes.
and give him this certificate. I want to make sure my fellow Kiwanian
Gets recognized.
gets recognized.
absolutely.
Yes,
We'll draw your image on the photo that we took already.
he's
May
actually
not come out accurate, but we'll do our best.
he's actually a photographer, so I'm sure he can Photoshop himself into the photos. So.
Okay, thank you with that. So with that, we'll go on to item number 2.
The City Council will
Thank you.
consider receiving and filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during October 2025. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
John,
Good evening, council. Tonight, we have employees from Public Works Department and the Police Department to introduce to you. And first on deck is Arturo Cervantes, our Director of Public Works.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I've got 3 employees to introduce tonight. They're not here, but I'm really happy to introduce these folks. The first one is Myla DeCastro. She began employment with the city in October and comes with us with 11 years of experience. She's our first senior management analyst in the engineering division, which is a tremendous upgrade to the division in our ability to pursue grants as well as to pursue reimbursements. So she's going to be responsible for complex administrative matters. She's very educated, very talented. She comes to us with a BS in business management and a master's degree in business administration. So please help me welcome Myla DeCastro. The second person is Mr. Brian Valencia. Yeah, so Brian is another individual that I'm really happy to see promote here. He was hired with the city in May of 2024. Very hard work ethic, lots of dedication, and because of that, he's earned a promotion as of October 2025 to the water distributor water distribution operator too. He's assigned to work in very many important activities in the water system. He's now got 18 months of experience, and he's got his certifications all aligned. So really happy to see him promote. And then the third individual is Mr. Luis Quesada. He's got a great middle name. I think it's city manager. I think his name is Arturo, is his middle name. I think. I said I think. I'm not quite sure. But he joined the engineering division in May 2024 as an engineering technician. Very, very talented. He's doing well for the long lineage of Arturos that are very talented. He's absolutely done a great job at counter operations. He was recently in September promoted to the assistant engineer position, where he's now going to be managing capital improvement program projects. He's, of course, has a degree in engineering, and he's pursuing his engineering training certificate. So please help me welcome these three individuals. Thank you.
But does he sing?
Oh, that now you're asking tough questions.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the police department. Chief?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I would like to introduce Randy Nunley. Can you please come up to the mic, Randy? So Randy came to us and was hired as our technical services manager on October 5th of this year. And he's going to be working IT for our police department. Previously, he worked for the help desk supervisor for Compton Community College. Randy graduated from Southgate High School, so he's a local person from Southgate. Attended Cerritos College, where he earned his associate's degree in liberal arts. And he also earned a bachelor's degree in computer technology from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Randy didn't tell me, but I can tell he works out a lot. So please help me to join Randy and welcome me.
Welcome, Randy. Would you like to say something? You don't want to say anything? You don't want to say anything? You don't want to say anything, Randy? Oh. We're waiting.
There you go. Good afternoon, everyone. It is great to be here. Like Chief said, I am actually Southgate native, so I actually went to Southgate Middle School here as well. Went to Southgate High School here. I lived here for 12 years, so I am very familiar with the community. I do come with over 13 years of experience within IT, so I am very excited to be here and to really further the goal of the police department and public safety to improve efficiency and to really just bring you guys into the 21st century, 22nd century, and beyond. So I'm very, very happy to be here. So thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Randy. You're welcome.
Once a Toro there, Randy, always a Toro, right? Once a Toro, always a Toro. You can't do that without doing the sign. Welcome aboard.
Next.
Now it's my honor to introduce Briselda Flores. Now, Briselda is she's got a long history of employment with our city. She's been a loyal employee since 2018. She was first hired in November of 2018 as an hourly community service officer. She then became a full-time CSO assigned to the parks in May of 2023. And recently, October 5th of this year, she promoted to intermediate account clerk, working in our departments, billing and working on the budget. Briselda was raised in Huntington Park and went to local schools, graduated from Huntington Park High School. She's the proud mother of 2, and she loves to travel. I give you Briselda.
Welcome, Briselda.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so I grew up in HP, and so I'm familiar with the city of Southgate, and thank you guys for having me here. I'm very happy for my promotion, and I am very happy to continue to be part of this city. So thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. City manager?
I don't have anything specific to say other than say welcome to everybody here. Appreciate having both great employees and even those with local roots or current local attachments. It's great to see the community continue to grow or evolve as we get further along, but some great people being added. Thank you.
I thought you were going to introduce the
You
chief.
got to introduce the next one. We didn't want to
Oh.
hear the rest of it.
I didn't get
The
what
rest
you
of
wanted
it
me
not
to do.
necessary.
I missed the program.
You
Well,
did not read your agenda.
yeah,
What's up
well,
with that?
I didn't read your intentions. Yes, true. With that, I will take my attempt to introduce someone who we've had a ceremony for, but we're giving an additional attention here to our important new police chief. Manny Rana is our new police chief, who's officially been promoted on October 20th. He is, what's the number of chief you are for the city now? 17. Chief number 17 of the city, a long running history of great chiefs. Got big shoes to fill, but I'm confident he'll fill them well. Long history working here at the city of Southgate in the police department, knows everybody, has spent a lot of time in the very short, basically 1 month period. He's been holding town meetings around the city, meeting in neighborhoods, meeting with the business community to really get an understanding of both what we've done great in the past, but also ideas of how we can improve in the future. You'll be seeing him around. He's got his staff well tuned on both continuing great things we've done in the past, but also look at maybe tightening up some of the quality of life items, quality of life issues, items that can be hard to get focused on sometimes with the life safety issues, but things where, you know, we have things that might bother the average person that are maybe lower level concerns from a safety issue like parking, school, traffic issues, even if we have street vendors without permits in the off hours, things like that, just to help tighten those up. He's got a team working on that. So I appreciate Manny. I know there's great things ahead and wanted to welcome you officially in your role to the community and to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Just glad to be here.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you who are new to our city and those who've been promoted. Very happy for you. And just so we always have said that here, City of Southgate, this is a family that you come to, and I'm sure that the time you've been here, you felt that already. So congratulations to all of you. And I don't see Giselle with the camera, but can we take a picture? And let's go ahead and if you all knew our employees, please were just mentioned, please come down so we can take a picture.
That's okay.
Okay. Our next item is closed session.
Item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, 54956.9D14, A. Esteban Hernandez versus City of Southgate et al. B. Emmanuel Carrillo versus City of Southgate. C. Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 versus City of Southgate et al. And D, Berta Iniguez versus City of Southgate et al. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. City Attorney? Okay. I'll open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience? We don't have any. And did we get any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
All right. So with that, we'll go on to closed session. Just gonna close. City Attorney?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. In closed session, the City Council had a discussion involving pending litigation. Esteban Hernandez versus City of Southgate involves a claim of someone that tripped and fell. The city received a offer to settle. Upon receiving a presentation by the city attorney's office, the city rejected that settlement offer, and the motion was made by Gil Hurtado and seconded by Josh Barone, and the vote there was 5-0. Emmanuel Carrillo versus City of Southgate involves the claim of an individual who apparently sustained a seizure at the Southgate Park and has made a claim against the city against that. After a presentation by the city attorney, there was a motion made by Councilmember Hurtado and seconded by Vice Mayor Barone. And the vote of 5-0 was to deny the claim. Item number 1C, Jane Doe versus and Jane 2 versus City of Southgate. This is a complaint in federal court alleged against the City of Southgate and a police officer. There's a motion alleging civil rights violations and other claims. There was a presentation made by outside counsel, and on a motion made by Councilmember Hurtado and seconded by Mayor Davila on a vote of 5-0. The City Council authorized the defense in that case. Finally, Bertha Iniguez versus City of Southgate. This is a lawsuit recently filed against the city, again alleging a fall on a city sidewalk against the city and the property owners where the sidewalk is located. There was a presentation made by the city attorney, and upon completion of that report, there was a motion made by Councilmember Avalos and seconded by Councilmember Hurtado, and the vote there was 5-0 to authorize the defense of that case. No other items were discussed in closed session. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. That completes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, I'll open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this, any of the closed session items?
All right, Chingus Dominguez, resident of Southgate. So I'm not happy with what I'm seeing here with these items pertaining to the city attorney and his department. So again, I just see just one line here and not a description to these lawsuits against the city. But the thing that I want to hit on is, we're paying this man. In the last city council meeting, the council members voted to approve to pay our city attorney, our wretched city attorney, $2.4 million. That's how much his firm is making off of his ass coming in here working for us as our city attorney. $2.4 million. The man himself makes $22,500 a month as our city attorney. And that's just for clocking in here at City Hall. That's not even including the amount, the hours that he puts in it when he's inside the courtroom, settling and arguing these legal matters. So the thing I want to hit on is, so I watch, other city council meetings, and the city of Santa Ana, their city attorney, Sonia R. Carvalho, she actually stunned me. She actually announces the payments and settlements for their lawsuits. And I called their city attorney's office, and they have other attorneys on staff, so I didn't get a chance to speak with Miss Carvalho herself. But one of the other city attorneys, I asked her, so how is it that she's able to make these announcements of payments and settlements? And the person I spoke with said, well, she can only do it after the case has been settled and resolved. She can't do it prior to that. And the thing I want to say, council members, if this city attorney for the city of Santa Ana is capable of announcing the payments and settlements to their residents, well, why can't our city attorney do the same for us? I mean, we're paying this man a shitload of money. And what do we get back from him? What does he give us? What do we get in return from our city attorney? I mean, he doesn't even have the decency to tell us how much we're paying for these settlements and lawsuits. And given the fact that we're in a financial crisis here, I think, it's time for him to kick in and contribute and, do some work for us. I mean, that's the problem with the folks that work here. They don't want to work for us. They work for you. They're servants for you. They're here to serve you, to execute your instructions and your orders. But what do we get in return from these people? We get scraps. We get nothing, really. So that's all I have. I'll end with that.
there anyone else? Closing the audience. And we have no emails. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay. This time, are we ready, City Clerk, for the next meeting? Okay, I'm gonna open the Housing Authority regular meeting. Can we get a roll call, please?
Chairperson Davila,
Present?
Vice Chairperson Barron,
Present.
Authority Member Hurtado, Authority
Present.
Member Avalos,
Present.
Authority Member Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
Executive Director Houston,
Present.
Authority Council Salinas.
Present.
Okay. Item number 1.
The Southgate Housing Authority will consider approving an agreement with Toro Enterprises, Inc. to lease the city-owned property located at 13050 Paramount Boulevard. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, who should I? Gabriel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. I have a brief presentation for you on this item. So this would be an agreement with Toro Enterprises for use of a Southgate Housing Authority property located at 13050 Paramount Boulevard. And to give you context of where this is located at the southeast corner of Gardendale and Paramount Boulevard, right at the edge of the city. So the other side of the city boundary would be the city of Downey. The applicant has approached us because they would like to lease the 1.32 acre site, which has an existing building of 18,000 square feet, which is currently vacant. It was formerly a grocery store. In the lease, they're proposing a lease at $3,000 per month. It actually would be a 4-month lease for a total amount, maximum of $12,000. So I just want to make that correction for the record, because that term would be November 25th to March 25th of 2026. The duration, the purpose of the project is a alley pavement rehabilitation project in the city of Downey, which would be in the neighborhood across the street. And I'll show you what that looks like in a bit. This would be for staging construction equipment. There would be no hazardous materials that would be stored on site. As far as construction access and use of the site for deliveries and material storage, that would be limited to the hours between 7:30 a.m. in the morning and 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. Here's a closer look at the site. So they would primarily be using the area in the red rectangle near the frontage of Gardendale Street and Paramount Boulevard. And this is the magnitude of the project that the city of Downey is working on. So you could see in gray the areas that they marked for all their alleys in the residential areas. So this is a very short-term project, but they are proposing to use the site. Just to give you context, we do lease the fencing that is placed around the subject site, and that comes out to about $6,462.72 a year. So this would probably help offset that expense that we have every year. So our recommendation is to approve the agreement with Toro Enterprises for the lease of the Paramount Boulevard site and for the purpose of staging construction of equipment and materials for the duration of the City of Downey alley pavement rehabilitation project, and then authorizes the mayor to execute the agreement in the form acceptable to the city attorney. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. Council, have any questions for Gabriel? No? I'm gonna open it. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Gabe, so what is the project? What are they going to do there? Is it housing? or
Parking.
Park?
Just alley rehabilitation. So the existing alleys in the existing neighborhoods in Downey across the street on Gardendale, they would be doing a repaving project there. So they need a staging area, and this is very close to that location.
Can you
Madam Mayor?
open it to the, go ahead.
Oh, you know what? No, go to the audience first. I'll wait.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Closing the audience, do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Hurtado?
Yeah, so first of all, that money, it goes into what fund? Not the general fund, I'm
Housing.
assuming. It goes into the housing, correct? Okay. Also, Again, at some point, I hope we can really push to do something on that vacant lot. And it's interesting, I mean, the project that is being done in Downey is important, and they're going to use our lot. And I was concerned, and I asked the city manager to make sure that we are not going to have an impact to the residents or anything like that based on all the vehicles that are going to be stored there, noise, what hours are they going to operate. And of course, I'm concerned not to bother people. And yet on the other side of Gardendale, there's a project that is impacting a lot of our residents. And I really wish that cities around us would have the same consideration to our residents that we have of theirs. I just wanted to make that point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Vice Mayor.
Gabe, just wondering is that property, is any of the piping or construction that's being done, is any of that happening on that McKinley Avenue area behind the property? Or is it in other areas? I was trying to look at the map earlier, and I couldn't tell if what the work that's Downey is doing, is it adjacent to that property as well? I know it's in the other areas, but.
And I'll show you where that is. So it's on pretty much the area that is on the north east corner of Paramount Boulevard.
Okay, so is any of the piping there, is it tied into what that property would be in?
My understanding is no, but
Just to confirm, you're saying piping? Because I think it's alley asphalt.
Is it just all they're doing is asphalt? I thought they were doing actual like sewage line work as well. Just repaving of the alleys. Okay. So in that instance, then it's just a repaving of the alleys. So then, and it's a total of 12,000. So it'll be double the amount that we spend on the fencing project. So it'll be cover 2 years of that. And is there any idea of when our or any projects that are going to be happening in that property are going to be starting to come in related to housing projects or anything like that that might be delayed because of us leasing that property?
no, we are looking to position that property and look for potential options for disposing of the property because it's an ongoing maintenance concern for the city. As I mentioned, we pay about $6,000 a year for the fencing. So we did have an RFP in the past that was never followed through. And so we want to look at the opportunity to do that again and actually have a project that actually manifests there.
All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So just to piggyback on what Councilmember Barone indicated, I know we had a project before. It fell through. We were waiting to hear back from the state to reopen it. Have we reopened it? Are there plans to reopening it anytime soon? Again, just because I know that that lot has been vacant for several years, and we have been looking at mixed use on that property, that developers just might come in anytime soon. And is that going to hold up any future projects because of this tendency?
It will not. Staff recently met about what to do with this property. And what we would need to do is have a conversation with HCD indicating that we would want to have a new RFP or potentially look at the sale of the property. A lot of that would come back to the city council, but we still need to go through that process of communicating with HCD, which we haven't done yet. And so once we're doing that and they let us know what we can do, because we don't know if we could just sell it, there's a possibility it could be sold without having to construct housing. So we want to present all those possibilities back to you as the housing authority.
So what would be the impact on the city if we don't do housing because of our RENA requirements.
Well, I think the intent is to still do housing because it's the housing authority. I'm sorry.
That's all right. You can finish your sentence. Appreciate it.
But we also want to see what the other options are available to the housing authority.
So, yeah, so basically this property came up a couple years ago with some ideas to do a affordable housing project with some limited mixed use. The proposals in an RFP were received, but they all required a very large subsidy, basically the entire housing budget we have to help with housing, which wasn't a wise decision because we wanted to spread it across the community where we can. So then on Gabe's list, which is lengthy as he's come in new, he's working through that list. This property's coming up close to being the next thing to look at. But we want to do a recheck both with HCD to confirm the latest rules on housing, what constraints, limits, or options would they give us, and then we'll come back to the council for your specific guidance, provide you that guidance and see if we want to adjust perhaps what the scope might be for that, if perhaps less affordable in a model that wouldn't require all our housing, but some other maybe hybrid program might be an option with maybe more mixed use. There's a bunch of options, but without that clarity, we can't move forward. So HCD probably maybe January gets back to us. We come back to council, take a couple months for some direction,
Yes.
get that firmed up maybe in the spring. Then we move to actually posting an RFP, couple months to get the results, maybe summertime. We're looking at different ideas. So this 4-month window of renting the parking lot won't impede that work and won't shorten any time. And yes, we'll have to talk about our arena numbers, housing, all the options, even the idea that Gabe's mentioning, could we sell it? It probably would have some requirement that the sale would require some amount of units. But again, we need some more clarity, more time. That's going to push this out for quite a few months.
So I'd like to request that staff get back to the Housing Authority at the first meeting of February to give us a status as to what HDC indicated, just to kind of sort of give us that vision moving forward. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thank you,
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Council.
What I recall from the conversations with the county, that why they made it available to us, but they made it specifically clearly stated that they wanted affordable housing there. And now we don't know what percentage. And I know the issue has been that some of the projects that want to go on there, they want less because it doesn't pay out. If you put just too much low-income housing, it doesn't work out. So I think that was part of the deal. But getting clarity on that, and this is the first time I hear that we're talking about selling that property. This is the first time I hear about that. So I don't know about that, or under what conditions, because they did give us a good deal for that property. So so it sounds like we're on track to get something going there. Yeah.
Yeah, more research to be done. Won't make any steps without consulting HCD and of course the council. Allow you to deliberate, give us guidance, and then there'd be at some point a public RFP for whatever is going to happen with the property. But at this point, we're just going to try to get some revenue in the short term while we're waiting for that process to continue.
Do we know what the value of the property is now? I know at the time that we bought it for 1.8 million and it was worth 3 million. That was just like 3 years ago. It's got to have gone up.
We don't have a recent appraisal, so we'd probably have to do that as well.
Okay, can I get a motion to? Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Authority Member Avalos,
Yes.
Authority Member Hurtado,
Yes.
Authority Member Rios.
Yeah.
Can you speak in the mic, please? Vice Chairperson Barron,
Yes.
Chairperson Davila.
Yes. Okay,
Thank you.
motion
Motion
passes. At this time, we'll go on to item number 2.
The Southgate Housing Authority will consider approving the regular meeting minutes for September 23rd, 2025.
Let me go ahead and open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on item number 2? Okay, we'll close the audience. We have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Get a motion second. Roll call, please.
Authority Member Avalos,
Abstain?
Authority Member Hurtado,
Yes.
Authority Member Rios,
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Barron,
Yes.
Chairperson Davila.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
We are adjourned. Okay. Okay. Did we make the announcement for the translation?
No.
No. ¿Hay alguien que necesite traducción en español? ¿Tenemos audífonos? No. Bien. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open the Southgate City Council regular meeting. Can I get roll call, please?
Invocation, Madam Mayor.
Invocation.
Just
Well,
call to
invocation.
order,
Pledge
invocation.
allegiance.
Tina, do us. And we have the Pledge of Allegiance done by Roman Amador, Captain. Thank you.
All right, please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight, just asking you to be with all of us, Lord, here, that as we make decisions for the city, Lord, may they be in the best interest of the entire community. Just give us the guidance and the wisdom we need as we make those decisions. We ask this in your precious name. Amen.
Captain?
Please, everyone, please face the flag. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Davila.
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron.
Vice
Vice
Mayor
Mayor
Vice
Barron.
Mayor, you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Avalos. Councilmember Avalos.
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado.
Present.
Councilmember Rios.
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz.
Present.
City Manager Houston.
Present
City Attorney Salinas.
in the building.
He's in here somewhere. Okay. All right, let's move on to presentations, which is can you read it into the record, please?
The City
Already.
Council will recognize
over.
retiring Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Steve Costley.
All right, City Manager, do you have anything else?
Well, I think I can just kick off that statement that an end of an era is coming before us.
Era?
Era?
The mic shorted out.
Centennial.
The mic shorted out. Yes, just having fun. Steve likes to have fun. He told us he wanted to make sure his retirement was fun. So obviously a joke, a legend at the city and in the Parks and Rec actually industry throughout Southern California. He's been a leader that's brought together cities into partnerships where it never happened before. So that's a foundation that's going to live on way past Steve's career here. And the fact that he's also managed to bring together agencies to figure out a way to care about Southgate and to get funding has really been instrumental and will be hard to replace. But we've appreciated Steve's care for the community, all those way that he's been able to bring the community together, bring funding to get us the 3 parks that he's managed to fund for us and put together just this year. And so all those things have changed Southgate for the better. And we appreciate Steve's can-do attitude. I mentioned this at his going away dinner we had a few weeks ago, that for someone that's, put in a few years and has a few miles under his on his mileage clicker, he's still got a ton of energy and a ton of creative thoughts and drive to keep up with all those young part-timers that he has running around at the park, and to see him have that energy even at the final stretch is encouraging and a good example for all of us to try to match. But I want to thank Steve for his time here and the appreciation I have for the work he's done, the foundation stones he's laid both in with our partners, with our community, and also with our staff to set a great group of people here to take the reins and move us forward. So thank you, Steve.
Yes, congratulations, Steve, on your retirement. We have a plaque here for you. But before that, I just want to take this other opportunity to thank you for everything that you have done for the parks in the city of Southgate. Like I mentioned at your retirement, I have known you for, I believe it's been more than 25, 27 years. And we started working together in different collaboratives and committees. The Healthy Start, which is in San Miguel, and now it's a preschool store. You have you're going to leave a huge legacy. We know that we'll never forget you, because what you have left in the city and how many kids have gone through parks and recreations, and that you have known so many kids and employees that have worked with you. It's really hard to say that we're not going to miss you, because we are. Because every time there was an event, there you were. Every time there was a event of 3 days, and there you were. And I just can't thank you enough for everything that you have done. So it's just been an amazing ride with you, and continue looking forward to seeing you in events in different areas. So Steve, thank you. I appreciate you. My family appreciates you very much, because my girls they grew knowing you, and they send their regards to you. When I told them that you were going to retire, what is he going to do now? But they were babies, and now they're grown women and men, and I can thank you enough for everything that you have done. You've always been very kind. You, your wife, and your daughters, very kind. Now that you have your grandson, you know what's a grandpa? It's all about. It's just giving the love that you're gonna give to your grandson. So congratulations, and I'll let my colleagues speak. But we do have a plaque here for you. Let me read it, and then we can present it to you. Okay. On behalf of the City Council, employees, and citizens of the City of Southgate, presented to Steve Closley in recognition of the lasting legacy he has established throughout his 36 and a half years, providing exemplary leadership, unwavering commitment to public safe service, and steadfast dedication to both the community and his staff during his service as Director of Parks and Recreation in various recreation positions from February 1989 to December 2025. Steve, congratulations. We love you. And, colleagues,
Madam Mayor?
yes, go ahead.
So I started with the JA in the early 1990s, and you and Andy Clark were very good to work with. And one of the reasons I stayed on was because of the ability to be able to work with you, and I appreciate that. When I let my wife know today that I was coming to the meeting, and I told her that this was on the agenda, she wanted to express the gratitude, because when the JA got the snack bar in 2002, my wife volunteered for about 5 or 6 years at the snack bar. And she said that a lot of times when the line got really long, you were there helping her sell some of those items. So he didn't get paid, staff, so there was no double dipping, okay? But he was very instrumental. Tina, make sure you know that you're allowed to help the JA, okay? But, you know, I don't know that you're going to make yourself available, but we intend on inviting you back to help us announce opening day ceremonies at the JA. Everybody enjoyed how you make the announcements and stuff. Maybe Dodger Stadium or Angels will hire you to do that too. But no, it's been really a a privilege to have been able to work with you, Steve, and I hope the other organizations feel the same way. You did a lot to help us out, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Steve. Steve, thank you for your dedication, your leadership, and you're always the first one I see at these events. And you're coordinating, telling people what to do, and you've done it a lot of years, and it seems like you enjoy what you do, and that's not everybody enjoys what they do. And you got a lot of life in you still, a lot of good. You're a transition to a new phase of your life, but you've given a lot to the city and sports and recreations. A lot of people that are in the field look up to you, because I know some of the folks that are in the field. You mentored them. You were their boss, and so you trained a lot of good people that are continuing to do what you taught them. And here in the surrounding area and parks and throughout. And we met some at your dinner. They were good characters. Just thank you for, you're a gentleman. You come through when you say things, and so I appreciate that. So, and you've always been very supportive of anything I've asked for. So thank you for your service to all the on behalf of the residents and everybody here. I mean, everybody knows you did a great job, and it's gonna be hard shoes to fill. So, but all right, have a good retirement.
Anyone else?
Go ahead, Councilor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when I first came to this council and I sat down with Steve, the only thing I can think of is got a kid inside of that kind heart. And I think it's that energy that you have projected year in, year out, Steve, that when you say, I can do this, and you add on 1,000 other things on top of what the major responsibility is, I think it's exemplary of a man of your youth that you display every single day that you came into work into the city of Southgate. And all of the residents got to reap that reward. And yes, you have, and you are leaving a legacy. But I genuinely wish you a great retirement. Enjoy these next years with the most important thing that we all have, and that's family and your grandkid. So thank you for your years of service. Thank you to your family for allowing you to be able to dedicate and devote all of those hours to the city of Southgate. That is very reflective of everything that you did for the city. So I humbly tell you thank you on behalf of myself, my family, and the community. Thank you.
Well, I won't tell that story again, Steve. But I will tell you, thank you very much for all the lessons that you have taught me through my many years of knowing you, from the age of 10 all the way to now. So I will say that one of the greatest lessons that you've ever taught me was to remember that people before us have invested into our community to allow us to have what we have today, and to remember that we're going to be asked one day to invest into our community and what we leave behind for the next generation. That, Sports Center wasn't there a long time ago. That pool wasn't there a long time ago. The auditorium wasn't there a long time ago. A group of residents built that for us, and it's our turn to do that one day for the next generation. So I took that to heart, and I will promise that we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to build new great things for our community to enjoy moving forward. And I mean, 3 parks in 1 year is a pretty good accomplishment. And if you haven't seen the article that the LAS wrote about the city, if you just see the picture, it says it all. It's just Steve going, yeah. It says it all. But thank you very much for providing your guidance to our community. And I will say this story that that I told you that night at your party. My daughter visited Circle Park that same day of your celebration, and said, "Hey, Dad, the park is full. There's kids running around, climbing everywhere, enjoying the new park." Tell Steve that's going to be his legacy. The kids, they're going to enjoy this place for years to come. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, City Attorney.
So Steve, I don't think a lot of people know that you could have actually left the city a lot earlier. You could, in retirement, be making more money than you're working for right now. You're essentially working for free, but it says a lot about a man who doesn't want to let go until the job is done. And there's a great write-up about how the small little city of Southgate opened up 3 parks last year. If they knew the story behind the man that did that, they would have written a story about you. As we get older, we tend to forget what we had for lunch yesterday, right? But we all remember being little kids. We all remember riding our bikes. We all remember going to the baseball field and to the park. And we were all shaped in some fashion from that. Your involvement over the City of Southgate's park department has affected so many children here. They could be Steve's children. And there'd be thousands and thousands of kids whose lives have been enriched because of what you did. I think you leave a tremendous legacy there. And I never thought I'd be in the City of Southgate City Council chambers quoting The Wizard of Oz, but I am. Here I am. But there's a part in that movie where the scarecrow is looking for a heart, and or the Tin Man. The Tin Man is looking for the heart. Thank you. It's been a while. And the wizard tells him that in this world, there are a number of people that are nothing but good deed doers. I think we will long remember you as someone that got up every morning to do nothing but good deed doers. Your heart and your love for the city of Southgate goes well beyond your persona. It is a legacy that you will leave behind. It'll be a sad day when you retire here. But we'll look forward to you, someone filling your shoes, and we thank you for the time that you spent here at the city.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Steve, let us present you with the plaque. Well, unless you want to say something first. Go ahead.
It's not like I have never been on the mic in the city of Southgate, you know? So, we provide recreational opportunities in safe, clean, and green spaces. That's been the motto since I learned it at a CPRS conference in 1994 for the department. We provide opportunity. And you never think of it when you're coming through the process. You know, what opportunities we do. I've had opportunities to do filming at the park, right? Run Special Olympic events, right? Shoot, today I walked around and I was the traffic cop for a turkey event. We gave away 1,000 turkeys and pies today, you know? And my job was to control traffic. You never know what opportunities you will get. But as you go through the process and you grow into it, you never think, hey, the biggest opportunity I got is I got to raise a family, meet people, great friends, other department heads, other people, some out here. I've worked with thousands of people. And it was funny today because it's the reminder as I'm working the traffic at the very front of the auditorium today. But a lot of people don't realize that Southgate Park, there's people jogging around that park 24/7. So we couldn't let the people to come and get their turkeys yet because there are people passing the line jogging it. And every once in a while, someone passes me and go, hey, Steve, how you doing, Steve? I'm like, how do all these people know me? Because 37 years of getting to know them provided me that opportunity to get to know all sorts of people. So I will miss the place greatly. I will miss the kids a lot. I love the kids. I'll miss the staff. They keep me young, like you said. I don't realize it. I look at some of the staff, and I think I told this, but a couple months ago, I got a phone call from one of my first staff that I had. They said, "Steve, you're still there. My grandkid needs a job." I'm like, you were 16 when you started with me, and now your grandkid needs a job. I think it's time to retire. But it's been a great run. I don't know what I'm going to do after it, but I certainly enjoyed the whole time. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Actually, I have some audience, they want to say something. Normally in presentations, we don't allow, but you can come in and say something to Steve, absolutely.
Lisette Ruizan Kaufman. I'm also the vice chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, and I've been on the commission since 2022. And I can say that I've always been impressed with all the work that the park department does for our city. Every event is always surpassed by the event the next year. They always get better. They always get bigger. And even when life throws any lemons, they always figure out how to make lemonade still. Things get rained out and they move events like they did this weekend. The same thing with the Easter event. They put it, in the gym and made it happen, made it fun. Everybody always has a good time. And it's because of who's managed the department, and it's you, Steve. You make everything happen. I always say this, and I'll always be eternally grateful. You've shown great leadership, and this leadership is going to continue because of the way you have led your department. And I'm truly confident that Tina's going to do a great job because I've seen her step into your shoes and do a great job. And I see everybody in the Parks Department always give more than what they're expected to. They're always going the extra mile at every event. You're always at every event, every 4th of July, every holiday event. And I'm like, how does his family even let him come? But he's always there. And so thank you for all your sacrifices. Thank you for everything that you've done for our community. You're part of our community and you always will be, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I've got 2 hats to wear. One is as John Q. Public. I've known Steve since the early 90s when Doty was here and I was on the Parks Commission in the early 90s. And he came and spoke at our Rotary meeting. And we talked about a lot of things from the original dugouts on the big diamonds. But the one thing that we didn't talk about, and I thought about it after you had left, was the underground water well that's in the parking lot between the golf course and the soccer thing. And so I was part of the Parks Commission at that time. They had a mural that they put out to the public to try to get ideas and somebody to do. So there's been a lot of stuff. Back then, we both had less gray hair. And so, I want to say that my family, my mother, my father, my wife, everybody has been grateful for the things that you've worked with. We may not have always been eye to eye, but we've always been able to agree to disagree. And for that, I'm appreciative of that. And the other thing is that when you spoke for the Rotary Club, I got some information that you weren't accepting any kind of recognition. And when we spoke after the meeting, you kind of had that little surprised look on your face. So from that point there, I wanted to do what I originally wanted to do, and that was to give you something to remind you of the Rotary Club and your time here with the city that was, like this young lady said, everywhere we looked, anytime there was something to do, there's Steve. Okay. And sometimes we just said, doesn't he go home, like she says, but it takes a commitment, and that's what you did to our community. So if I can get
Yes, go right ahead.
present this
Yes, of
trophy
course.
to him. Okay. And one other thing, Steve, my mother, who's going to be 91 in April, asked me to give you this little congratulations and goodwill.
There she is.
So what it says is Southgate Rotary Club recognition. Oh, okay. Well, I have to read and talk at the same time. Might be kind of tough. Recognize the retirement of 37 years to leadership, vision to the City of Southgate Parks and Recreation Department, December 6, 2025. Steve Costley, 2023 to 2025, Director of Parks and Recreation. Enjoy your retirement. Very good. I will. Okay. We'll take a little Photoshop after you got a little break and stuff.
Okay.
Thank you. And one other thing, I wanted to thank everybody that's going to participate in the Thanksgiving dinner that we're going to have on Thursday. Last year, we served over 500 individuals, and this year we're looking to get close to 600. We've got 2,000 tickets that we get out, so we'll just see. We may have to get pizza at the end if we run out of turkey. Okay, thank you, and
Thank
have
you.
a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, so this was really inconceivable to me that we would ever see the day that Steve Costley would retire. When I think it was Miss De La Rosa that informed me that you were retiring, I was really stunned. I was like, I wasn't even thinking in these terms that you would actually hang up your hat. And it bugs me that you're not going to just stick just one more year. I mean, you knocked out 3 parks in 1 year. You gave us 3 beautiful parks. And the other 3 that I would include are, of course, Southgate Park, Hollandale Regional Park, the big one, and a very underrated and underdeveloped park, Triangle Park, that little gem that I love so much. The thing I want to say is, I told, I like to, put out emails and I like to title them. So there's one that I haven't sent out yet. The title for this one is called The Treasures. So when you think of Southgate, what comes to mind? Because we're such a dead-end town, and there isn't anything in particular that you can point to and say, that is special. That is something wonderful. The treasures to me of Southgate are our parks. And after, especially after the 2023 year, when you were had that massive workload and you were understaffed, and I said you were our city, you were the Iron Man of our city. Your position is equivalent to like 30 positions. I mean, I don't know how the hell the city's going to continue with your department once you're gone. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how we move forward once you're gone. But what I wanted to say is, going back to the idea of the treasures, is that they wouldn't be what they are today without you and your predecessor, Paul Adams. Now, after seeing the type of, the level of work that you put in to our parks, and I have a great admiration for you and your predecessor, Paul Adams. I mean, this is the Vice Mayor Barone said in one of the previous council meetings, I don't know how, this is what he said. He said, I don't know how you do it, how you're able to manage keeping our parks green. And he's correct, because now that I have my bicycle, I've been touring, seeing some of these other parks. They're just not as green as Southgate Park, as Hollandale Regional Park. It really is pretty stunning to see how those 2 parks really outshine some of the surrounding parks. And I told Jeffers, I wanted him to go on a boat and start cruising up and down our coast here in California. For you, no, I want you to go to Vegas. I want you to get yourself a couple of online hookers. I want you to get yourself some cocaine and really just live it up. Just go hog wild. And God bless you, Mr. Costley, everything that you've given us, all the long hours you put in, and all the best to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next.
I don't think I'll be as colorful as that, but Alan Flores, Chairman of the Parks and Rec. Steve, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but thank you. I've known you for over 25 years, so that's 2/3 of your tenure, and I am so grateful for having known you. It's a real thankless job, real thankless job. For all the good, there's 50% that's bad, and we get thrown on our shoulders and have to justify everything we do, and you defend it like a champ. And the one thing I admire is your knowledge. You have great knowledge of how we get things done here. And that's been the biggest thing that I've taken away and that I've learned from you, is being able to stand behind what you're saying yes to and what you're saying no to. And when you say no, there's a very good reason why it's a no. It's not just because I don't feel like it. You know, there's a really good reason. And I really admire you for that. And I thank you for bestowing that upon me, because I'm going to take that with me. I will always have that with me. When I say no, there's a good reason why it's no. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank you for your friendship. I know that as far as I've been a coach, commissioner, and now part of the Parks and Rec, you've been there. You've helped me. I know I can go to you. We sat in your office. You know, you've educated me on things. And again, sometimes they're no's, and there's a good reason why they're no's. But hey, you gave me a lot of yeses too. So I just want to thank you, and I appreciate you, and I really love you, man.
Hey, Steve, just want to congratulate you on your retirement. Good luck on the next chapter of your life. And I want to echo sort of what Mr. Dominguez said about our parks. I've been a longtime resident of Southgate, and everyone who I speak to that say, hey, Southgate, they always mention the parks. So I want to thank you for your work there, your contributions, and I look forward to, what you've left behind, and hopefully the staff can really represent all the work and leadership you've provided. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the audience, and let's present Steve with his plaque.
And so at this time, to be proper and to move forward, I'm going to set the next person in line here.
Thank you, Steve. Welcome, Tina.
Welcome, Tina.
Yay. Good job.
He's going to Vegas.
He's
he
going
said.
to be.
I don't know what enticed him, but
This is called succession planning.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. All right, item number 2.
Public Works and the Community Development Department will provide a development tracking plan for you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you very much, Council, and thank you again, Steve. Welcome, Tina, to the table. But we're now going to transition to something called development services. Something's a lingo for those that don't play in our world. Covers things like our building department, our planning department, and our public works services in all the support that they need to do to be a regulator, to make sure that our codes are followed, that we make sure buildings and developments, even home renovations, new items that want to come to town are done safely to the rules the city have, that we cover all the issues that could happen from air quality to traffic to working with other agencies like railroads and Caltrans. It can get very complicated. And in that complication, it involves a lot of coordination between our planning, building, and public works groups. And it's a struggle that our developers, our members of our community, and others that have to interact with the city, it can be a struggle for them to navigate the complexities of our different departments and the support we have. And it can be a struggle internally with every city that I've ever worked at to coordinate those efforts to make sure we keep track of what's going on, which projects are in what status, who's got which piece, when does it move from public works to building to planning or back again, and who's in charge of communicating with those developers on those projects. And so I saw a gap when I came here that I've been working on now for almost 2 years. I'm very happy to announce that I think we've made some real progress. We've got Arturo Cervantes and his team on the public works side. We've got Gabriel Perez, who leads our planning and building group, and the staff there. And so they're going to present the efforts that we've taken to date, the results we have now, and the path forward to continue that improvement. So I'll kick it over to Gabe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Gabriel Perez, again, Community Development Director. So thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So our department, Community Development Department, is composed of building, planning, code enforcement, housing, economic development. And so we're kind of like the first step for a lot of development that would happen in the city. So we look to attract new investment, redevelopment, revitalization. You know, my real goal is to really see the city bursting with opportunity. So our department has a big role with that. I'm presenting this also with Gladys, our city engineer, which Public Works also has a very important role. There's about 6 noteworthy projects that are proposed and underway. That growth in the city is guided by the development review process that the Community Development Department and the Public Works Department are part of. What we'd like to do is make sure that our departments, our city, is not operating in silos, but that we take an approach that it's a one team, one city approach to development. That's going to allow those opportunities to happen in the city. Just some noteworthy projects. Obviously, we want to see these projects happen. The first two, the Place at Tweedy, is a commercial development that the council recently reviewed and approved, and they're going to go through the next steps of development. The City Ventures Adela project, bringing 54 units in plan check, and then these 2 other housing developments, Alma Townhomes and Willow Park, are affordable ownership opportunities, and those are yet to be entitled, but we'd like to make sure that we can take them through the process pretty quickly. So as far as the entitlement process, and maybe a lot of the community isn't aware how this occurs in the city, there's 2 different paths. One is an administrative path for development, and these are for minor projects that would comply with city standards. And so that's a shorter process that can be a director level approval. And then there's a little bit more of the longer process, which would involve an approval by Planning Commission and the City Council. And those would be considered discretionary approvals like a variance, conditional use permit, or design review. Those require public hearings. And so what we'd like to do is make sure that process can be as most concise and easy as possible for development. So these are all the steps. I won't go into this in a lot of detail, but what goes into the process is a lot. And a lot of you probably have questions. You've heard about a project, you know, proposed in the city, and you're just wondering what stage is the project in? And there's many stages. So it starts with the application being distributed to departments and agencies to make sure they're complying with all the state standards, ensuring that we get proper conditions of approval from all the different departments and agencies, and then preparing technical studies. Sometimes these projects require environmental review, so we have to make sure that happens correctly in the city. And then after planning, there's a step where it goes to the building permit plan check process, and also Public Works is involved in that plan check, and then construction begins. So all those steps happen before shovels are in the ground. And I'm going to pass this on to Gladys.
So what I'm going to go into is what the Public Works review in between those stages. So we review for compliance with general plan. This could include potential dedications. We consider public safety needs and potential mitigation measures, such as condition of streets, sidewalks, traffic, and other infrastructures on the public right-of-way. Additionally, as Gabriel said, we review plans, reports to ensure the city is able to provide infrastructure services such as water, sewer, stormwater needs, again, just to name a few. We also look at it from a wider perspective. We look at how it complies with city projects and other regional projects. A prime example is the Legacy High School complex. This includes regional oversight from LSUSD, numerous improvements to the area, pedestrian and traffic circulation reviews, and this is just to name a few.
So there's been some historical processing challenges that have been identified internally by staff that we want to be able to improve upon. Some of those have meant disconnect with city departments and developers for projects, proactively advancing projects, ensuring that we're not working in silos, also ensuring that there's the proper technology to be able to process our projects, and making sure there's proactive communication with developers. These are things that we're actively trying to address. Arturo and I have a weekly meeting to figure out how to improve our processes. So this is ongoing. So I'll pass it on to Public Works because there's some things that they're looking to do.
In the collaborative efforts that are being taken in both Gabriel and I and our teams have been working on numerous different items and to enhance the processes. And few have been implemented and a few are actually forthcoming in the near future. One of the first few steps that have taken into place is that the development section has been reorganized, and now we are part and combined with the water resources, which now would provide a triple benefit, which now include cost savings, processing time reduction, and overall workload reductions. In addition to the development section having those enhancements, the section is now comprised of a team of 5, whereas before it was comprised of one staff reviewing a number of developments coming our way. There's a single point of contact, but that actually includes redundancy. So make sure operations and communications is effectively done with one point of contact. Thereby, we have improved the experience of the developer and improved effectiveness. The entitlement process has improved by furthermore standardizing, analyzing the conditions that are placed onto the developer on a more cost-conscious manner. In the future, Public Works and Community Development will be holding what is called scoping meetings with potential future developers. This will give the future prospective developer an insight of what the city's requirements are from the forefront. And lastly, Public Works is reviewing methods in ways to enhance the Public Works virtual counter to make it easier for developers to communicate with us.
And as far as community development, there are some improvements that we're looking to make, and some of them we're working on right now. One is an update to all our division websites, like planning and building, and making sure that I'm not sure if everyone wants to come and wait in the lobby for the community development department. So how do we make it easier for the public where they can do more from their home and use technology that they have without having to come to City Hall? So, we have kind of like a one-stop shop there, but, maybe there's an opportunity that it's a no-stop shop where they can do this from home. The other is looking at opportunities to reduce the layers of applications in the city. So we have a 2-step process for a lot of building permits, which is planning and building, that there's a possibility to consolidate that into one. So we're trying to figure that out right now. The other is moving fully to digital submittals. So the building division does require some level of a hard copy submittal. So we're trying to figure that out with electronic signatures. And so that no one ever has to go to a reprographics company and print that out. Ensuring that building and planning is fully on our permitting software system. So that didn't entirely make it with planning, and we're trying to configure that at this moment. The other is ensuring that we have the web portal for the public so that they can submit all permits and projects for review. And then lastly, and this might be this is my goal, but also something that we have to study further, is really looking at the pre-sale inspection program to see if it's worthwhile, and really doing a lot of research and seeing if it's worth the time and energy into it. And a lot of that will be presented to the council later to see if it's what the merits of that are. But a lot of that would be to save costs, reduce processing times, and workload reduction. So it gives you an idea of what we're looking at, but mainly what we want to focus here is this centralized management tool. And I believe the city manager, Rob, shared this with you. It's a tool that lists all the projects that are happening in the city at different stages. Maybe it's the first conversation they're having with the city. The other might be a different stage, like in yellow, which is development projects that are under consideration. And then the last is development projects that are under construction. And so what we want to be able to do is be able to have a central point where any of the departments can identify what's going on with the project. So, you know, our city manager would have access to this. If the council has a question about the development, he could easily be able to communicate this to the council. And then we're all aware of what's going on with all departments in the city. So this organizes everything with the updates, who the developer is, who are the contacts. And this is a great tool that we get to meet on between our departments every 2 weeks. So lastly, well, maybe there's the opportunity in the future for us to make those projects that are in that list come to life. And the benefit for this, hopefully we can make this happen. It's going to take some time, but for the benefit of the public, right? Because I'm not sure if the public wants to read through a big list and not understand what that project is going to potentially look like in the future. So there is the opportunity, and the technology exists to be able to make a website that's interactive so that residents could see what's proposed in the city, what's been approved, and what's under construction. So a lot of great things to come, but we really wanted to identify what we're working on and the great development tool that we are implementing at the moment. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Council, have any questions right now?
Just if I can get a printout, because I tried printing it out and it was not printer friendly.
We can work on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. And just one follow-up regarding when we're talking about streamlining the work between Public Works and Community Development. Did we also have conversations regarding certain requirements of like hitting thresholds on construction amounts where certain requirements then become, hit? Like I know when some projects are over a certain dollar amount, I believe it was like 50 or 60,000, it then shifts to a different level of requirements where Public Works may then require some improvements to areas of the public area. Have we discussed if we're going to maybe update what that process would look like?
Yeah, Gabe and I've actually had a conversation on that 2 weeks in a row now, and that the municipal code includes certain thresholds, and one of those is that $50,000 threshold after which a Public Works review would be required on any project. We've questioned a number of things. One, is $50,000 a number that we should still be going off of? But more importantly, I think having the flexibility to step in with that type of threshold. However, developing a department policy where, as a department, we can get to determine how we should be applying requirements that meet that threshold, where we're, as Gladys mentioned earlier, we're now looking at requirements from a different perspective, right? So when you're asking the question, what is, how are we looking at that? And have we looked at that? We're going to be cost conscious. So, a development comes to town, they're replacing a fence, they're fixing a building, they're doing a roof. There's no reason to require them to widen a roadway, repave the street and what have you. So we're looking at things from a different perspective rather than just the threshold. It's just simply what should we require and what makes sense and what does not. So it's something that we're talking about very closely, and it's something that now as a director, I'm actually looking at every single list of conditions of approval that goes out before it goes out to make sure that we're being cost conscious and we're taking that into consideration.
And I do appreciate that, because I know a lot of the residents that were in the process of doing construction. A lot of times we're second guessing going forward with the construction, because they were like, well, that's an added cost that they weren't anticipating at the time, or there was an added cost there that they weren't ready to do at the immediate time. So it delayed that construction happening. And it could be simple as I'm going to redo an ADU, but now because I have to redo the sidewalk, it's an added cost. I'm not going to get that done. Well, the redoing of that ADU increases the property tax, increases the property tax value that we're getting. So it's in our benefit to allow them to do that construction. So I appreciate that we're looking into that and that we're considering that factor in it. I do like the idea of having a website base where our residents can see all the projects that we're working on as we're working through them. I think it's a great opportunity for just any resident that wants to see where we're at and what stages of the property. It's a great opportunity. I don't think it's too hard of a process to work on. It's not. It shouldn't be too expensive to build. And I hope that we can look into what that would look like, moving forward. It's the more information we can provide about how we're going to continue to provide updates on, especially, properties like, townhomes. One of the things that we're seeing is a huge need in our community right now is we have young families that are renting who could possibly afford a lot of these townhomes that are going to be coming into our community, and having the understanding of when are they going to be available, what's going to be the criteria of the applications, like being able to provide that type of information once the properties are coming out. It's going to be, monumental for those type of families that are looking for those possible investments. So just a lot of great opportunities. So great work for you guys, and thank you guys for working together like that.
Madam Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. This is mainly for the people in the audience or watching, this on YouTube, I guess, that a lot of the work that we are required to do in terms of housing and development, the authority was taken away from us by state mandates. And it's very unfortunate. And at some point, I really think that a lot of cities need to find a way to push back on that. I completely understand the need for housing. I understand the need for affordable housing. But cities like Southgate were built out already. And what we need are places where people can shop, generate revenue, generate opportunities for work. People are always looking for work. And, there we have a nice place on Gardendale and Paramount. It'd be a great place for a little shopping center there. Then we have Atlantic and Tweedy. Beautiful corner there. And we have to put a lot of housing into that. And again, there are mandates that we have. And unfortunately, those aren't the only ones. I mean, now people can build 80 ADUs in their backyard. We have that legacy apartment that's going up there. And even though we might not have liked it, we had no choice but to pass it. People are lacking parking, and the requirements for parking don't exist with us anymore. Property lot coverage used to be 40%. That was removed. So again, at some point, we have planning commissioners who have no authority to stop certain things, and people get upset as to why did they approve this? Well, they had to. They have no choice. So then why are they there? Like the same thing here. We get projects brought to us, And we have no choice but to vote on it and say yes. And it's unfortunate. They're not things we want, but we're like puppets up here for someone up at the state level that are making these decisions. And they're horrible. And they impact low-income communities like Southgate, Huntington Park, all the cities in the southeast area were overpopulated. And again, I want people in the community to understand. We understand the need for housing, but we're built out, But again, I hope that people understand that sometimes we sit up here and we have to vote on something that is very unpleasant, but there's reasons for it. But again, thank you for the presentation. I think it was very insightful. And I also think that the opportunities where people can stay at home and apply to certain things would be helpful. So again, thank you for the presentation, and thank you also, Gladys, for your participation in this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. You're going to say?
Okay, thank you both for the presentation. I'm glad that administratively you're working on that, and with bigger projects. That's good that you're talking to each other. I mean, you would think that was already happening, but I'm glad that you're working to, because that's some of the frustration with some of we hear the concerns, right? That the communication between, working through those silos and really making sure that you're addressing it. But also the other thing is codes. We have codes, municipal codes that sometimes that we kind of don't enforce, or we kind of decide. There's some flexibility there, I know, and I think that that's a concern of mine. That sometimes, and I think the important thing here is, we want to have projects that make sense, right, in our community. We want to be supportive of projects, but there are some projects that just don't make sense, right? And so I think, and what I have concern is sometimes they come to us a little late to the council when there's a lot already pre-planning and investment and all of this, and when we get it, it's already too late to do anything about it, And so I'm glad that you come up with this centralized management tool. Is that tool also going to be available for us to see where the projects are at, or is it just in-house? Because I think we want to know because a lot of some of these projects have impacts on the community, and we've had situations where the community, were really upset because, and so I think that's important. The other thing, mentioning the community, is that I think it's important that through these steps, that if there's a project that's going to impact a certain area, that we do our due diligence and go further than we have in the past in terms of letting the residents know what projects are coming to their community. I think it's important to be transparent for those people that are going to be impacted in that area, right? I think that a lot of times we just do the minimally, what we had to do, the minimal outreach, and I think that's not good enough. I think we need to do further than that. People are invested in the community, so I think that we have to keep that in mind. Always the residents too. I mean, and the impacts that whether it's traffic, noise, more congestion. We have a problem right now with Legacy right now, even without that building coming in, those housing there. In that, the paramedics couldn't enter the area, and we're going to have some more traffic coming because we're working on Atlantic. I mean, I think that's a big concern. Anything, we have Friday night games, we have activities there. Emergency vehicles can't get in a timely manner. So we're already dealing with these impacts. So, I just think that for me, it's always about, is it going to benefit the community? Whatever. I think that's what we have to kind of also emphasize, because I think they're the ones that are impacted, in terms of the local community. So making sure that we do that. So, so are we going to have access to this management tool, or is this in-house?
Yeah, so it's something we can certainly provide updates, whatever you want. We can figure out for that tool.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, well, thank you do you have another question?
I actually do. Thank you, Gabriel, and thank you, Gladys, for this tool that I think I've been requesting for a while, saying, hey, where are we on this project? And again, it's the constant asking of where we are. And I would agree with my colleague, Mr. Rios, is that we not only need to be informed, but also informing the community. Because at times, this council chambers will be full of people when a project is coming into their neighborhood and it's going to impact their quality of life. So if we can start mitigating that and having those conversations early, I think it's important so that the community understands sometimes we have to do things that we don't want to do up here, that we need to comply with state laws. But in complying with state laws, we can also try to work with the community so that those impacts that those new housing facilities are going to bring are not going to impact them in a greater way than what is required. And I think that goes to the traffic studies that need to be done, not only by the developers, but also by some of the companies that are already here to make sure the traffic is flowing. Because half of the time, trying to get over that bridge on Firestone Boulevard is too long, way too long. So thank you for doing this. I would request that it be available to the community. So if any community member says, hey, what projects are coming down before I buy in Southgate or where I live and see how it's going to impact my quality of life, they can come in and they can address council or they can address it with our city manager or the department head. Again, having those conversations early on, I think does help build that trust with the community that we are here for them. But again, we are restricted sometimes by Senate bills and Assembly bills we all need to comply with at the government level. Thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you for your presentation, Gladys and Gabriel. Looking forward to seeing this on our website. I think it's important to put it up, so our residents will be able to see what's available for them and what's going on in our city. And also on the projects, those are the only projects at this point. How many housing are assumed to be built? Do you have a number?
It's probably like about 5 projects that are either in process of being entitled or in plan check.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, you know the total number of units?
I think it's about, no, it's a little bit more than that. Besides the ones I presented, it was somewhere around 100, but I can get you a better number for that.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Again, at this time, I want to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
All right, so just some general statements here. So I'd like to see this expanded and broadened out further to include public works projects such as phase 2 of Tweedy Mile and whatever happened to that. I mean, is that thing dead? I mean, you know, we're facing this financial crisis. I don't even know. I thought it was going to commence later in 2025. I have no idea what happened with phase 2 of Tweedy Mile. And then also public Parks and Recreation. You know, we scored $1 million from the CDBG funds. I'd like to see, we've got the projects related to that. I'd like to see that included on here too. Since we're talking about developments, the Sella Cultural Arts Center is going to be built on the southern yard of the flood control district. So if you're driving east on Imperial Highway, it's going to be on your right side, right alongside the levee of the LA riverbed. So this land, it's 88,000 square feet. That's how big the Sella Cultural Arts Center is going to be built on. It's going to be on that 88,000 square feet. So this land belongs to LA County, and it's in Southgate city limits. So when this thing is up and running, all the sales tax, all the revenue that's generated there, who gets to keep that? Well, I'm assuming if the land belongs to LA County, that LA County keeps the sales tax and all the revenue that's generated there. So I want to put this to the council members. Does the city of Southgate have any intention of annexing and acquiring that land and incorporating it into Southgate city limits? Because if you don't do that, you're going to end up blowing the biggest opportunity of our city. I mean, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. We're talking about the biggest, potentially the biggest money-making engine, biggest money-making machine in Southgate city limits, and you're just going to give it a pass? You're just going to let LA County keep that land, and you're not going to fight for it and incorporate it and annex it and make it part of city of Southgate? I mean, we should have that have it be part of our city, so that way we can have and keep the sales tax generated from there. I mean, for you not to go after that, that is just the big, you're going to blow the biggest opportunity of a lifetime for our city. And I urge you all to look into this matter and get that land, because that right there, I mean, seriously, the biggest money-making opportunity for our city. That's all I have.
Next speaker.
Liz Ruiz, Kaufman. Yeah, I just want to say that I'm happy to see this effort to make the process more efficient. Years ago, I was helping my dad manage one of his properties down Tweedy, closer to the Alameda side, and the contractors I would call would just grimace at the when I would mention that the project is in Southgate because of the permitting. And so it's just, it's sad to hear that we have that reputation of people not wanting to take jobs here in Southgate because of the processing. And so it's really good to see that there's finally something being done, and even, not having to come onto the counter to do this is really good, because in my previous line of work, having to get permits, that's something that a lot of other cities have already done, getting permits online and not having to go in person. And it's a great time saver, and it really does make everybody's life easier. So it's good to see us, finally implementing that here. And I think it's really going to, move things around and hopefully bring in more people. And just the idea of seeing this information online, I think, is also great, because, a lot of the times only people who live near these projects get the notices. And so, in a one way or another, a lot of us are affected because it's our city, because we drive through here, because we have family and friends around. And so I think it's great to put this information out and have more input. The more input, I think it's the better, because even for housing, I know a lot of my neighbors have their kids living at home who would want to stay in the city, who would rather stay in the city and buy, a townhome or a condo somewhere nearby. So I really do see and hope that more people will be involved as these projects and developments progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Edgar Pelayo, Madison Avenue. Just happy to have this coming to the city. I'd like to make a comment regarding the pre-sale inspections. As a real estate broker that does business here in Southgate, I've had to deal with those pre-sale inspections time after time. And a lot of the time, what happens is that the seller is not on the hook for the repairs and just passes it on to the buyer. So the buyer essentially is going to take over that anyway. So I think that if there's some work done with that, I think that it would streamline the process and make it a lot easier for people wanting to buy here in Southgate, and not have to have that wait time. For example, it's delayed transactions in the past, and sometimes that can be the reason why someone does not buy the property. So I look forward to the developments on that point, and once again, happy to have this come to the city.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to council. So this is just a receive and file presentation. Do we need to make a motion to receive and file? No? Okay. Let's move on to item number 3.
The City Council will consider information on how the utility users tax works. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Council. We have our brains getting full of a lot of information tonight, so we'll keep that trend going and get into some specifics on something called a utility users tax. At your last meeting, you will recall that the Administrative Service Director and I shared a pretty lengthy conversation about the state of our budget and our finances, the causes of why that happened, the concern that we have for the gap between our revenue and our expenses. And in order to cure that problem, we have two paths, and one would be cut our expenses by over 8 million, perhaps up to $9.4 million per year, which would be over 10%, and look at the cuts of all those services, or look at revenue augmentation or increasing revenue. And as part of that discovery process, we looked at other revenue sources surrounding communities receive, and we talked about how utility users tax is a tool that's being used in all the surrounding communities around us. And there was a request to bring more detail back to this meeting to just go over how utility users tax work, what they cover, steps that would be required if we were to pursue this effort, as well as timelines that would be needed if there was a desire to put this on the ballot at some point in the future. This is a informational effort, not a decision for tonight, which, but based on your direction at the end of the presentation, whatever questions in addition you'd like answered, as well as any direction you want to give for future meetings, would be the end goal of this meeting here. So with that set up, I'll just plunge into our overview and talk about understanding. Oh, thank you. I don't know if I've had a chance to control things with the, wow. Who knows where this will go? We'll try this button. Oh, look at that. Okay. I'm never giving it back. Okay, cool. Understanding UUT, so utility users tax. It's a local tax. And so when it's a local tax, unlike we talked about in the past, sales tax or property tax, those are shared taxes. So a portion, very small portion, comes to the city. The rest goes to counties and states and other agencies. A local tax like utility users tax, 100% of those revenues come to the city, stay in the city. So that local tax gets imposed on utilities. And I'll get into what those are in a moment. And that then can be received as revenue that can be used for general purposes at the city for covering the cost of services. And the idea that cities bring them on board is to make sure there is enough revenue to pay for those services, ensuring the community can get all the necessary resources they want when there's a gap in that revenue from other sources. And what could it support? We'll talk about that, but it can range really public safety, infrastructure, community services, the things that make our community what it is today. So which utilities does it cover? So that utility is kind of a weird name, but it covers things like electricity, water, sewer, gas, cable, can even be streaming services. So this is surrounding communities around us. When they pay their bills on their bill line, on each one of these bills, there'll be an extra percentage. And I'll get into which percentages surrounding communities have, but there's an extra line. In Southgate, our line says zero, it's zero. There isn't even the line. For whatever reason, we have not had any tax whatsoever on our utilities for local purposes. But those are the types of utilities that are covered. And then the calculation of that is a percentage that gets picked by a city that ranges from 1% up to 11 or 12% of that bill. And then that amount gets set during the setting process that we'll talk about. So it's pretty simple in the sense that it's a amount added to your utility bill when you pay your bill. The entire amount of that tax goes directly to the city. I talked about other cities around us having this revenue. And so all this revenue is things that pay for police, pay for street repairs, pay for school crossing guards, pay for special events, for parks, for pools, fields, all the things we've been talking about that are important to the city. Here's the revenue coming to cities around us that all have this utility users tax. You'll see the first square is Southgate, that's zero. And then our surrounding communities, cities half our size, like Paramount having 4.8 million, Linwood 5.4, Downey, who's a little bigger than us, 8.6 million. And then you can see the rest of the cities all receiving this with Southgate at zero. The percentages that generate this revenue, our range from a big range of, we have a high and of 10% in Bell and a low in Carson of 2%. One of the reasons Carson's so low is they have a huge amount of refineries. They use a huge amount of utilities like gas, electricity, which generate the bulk of their revenue. And so their percentage could be very low, but end up generating, as you can see, as I back up to this slide, Carson, $10 million, but only doing that with 2%. But it differs, as you can see, by city. So when you do these things, there is the ability to add, and many cities do this. If you look at best practices, they'll look at potential exemptions or maybe reduced rates for certain populations. And the most popular when we look at other cities that have this is seniors. That might be low-income seniors or even seniors. It could be and that would be typically people over 65. And that could be an income rate that gets set that would require verification for the income rate, or it could be seniors in general, but perhaps there's a reduced rate, much like if you have a seniors rate at a restaurant, you don't get free food, but because you're still eating food, but you get a reduced rate. That could be another option where you look at the idea of, does a senior still use city services, the roads, the parks, the need police services? Yes. So do they get it for free? Maybe, maybe not, depending on direction that we would get. But could it be a reduced rate? All these things are possible. So that would be part of a discussion. What could these monies be funded, be used for? We have something called general fund services. So there's different services at the city. Most things are general fund, but we have things like water. So you'll see our water department running around in the city trying to fix water lines, water meters. You'll see them testing water. You'll see them at our wells. They're doing all sorts of important work. They have vehicles, they have costs. Those are entirely done in a special fund, an enterprise fund that is created from the bills that you pay for water. And so that's set aside. The water bills pay entirely for that service, not for police, not for parks. It's legally not allowed to use that money for something else. So a utility users tax would be not used for water. It would be used for the things that don't get covered, for instance, by those funds, which is our public safety, which is our police department. 55% of our overall budget that we pay in the city is for our police group, the police non-sworn and sworn staff. And that's entirely general fund. So when we talk about this gap in our budget, it's hugely affected the amount of support we can provide public safety. Some of our street repairs, like Tweedy Mile was mentioned, we're able to do those large construction projects only because we've accessed grant funds that are not coming directly from taxes locally, but from applications we're making. The city's been very effective, both in our parks and our streets, of getting these large amounts, but there's the residential streets. There's not grants available for that. Potholes, repairing sidewalks on residential streets, all very, very expensive. Not enough funding for that. Utility users tax can be used in those cases. And then our entire Parks and Rec group, all of our parks, the maintenance of those parks, the operations of our pool and our rec center, and the programs, the senior center, all these important places that we cherish are all general fund. So utility users tax could help to keep those places thriving. And then programs that are available throughout the city, including special events, currently are predominantly funded by general fund. We do have a few other funds that we're able to access, but that's a big cost for the city and are currently we're looking for funding for. And then, of course, you just heard about our community development department that does all the support to keep building, permitting, renovations, new businesses coming, and that's entirely general fund as well. So all these programs are part of our shortfall right now and could be funded from something like a utility users tax. Okay, how much would this cost the average resident? Good question. Whatever percentage gets picked, we're using it as example, 7%, for instance, or even not, or 8% or 9%. So we have a couple of percentages there, and I know that the font's fairly small, but if you have utility bills, you could take those percentages on your personal bill because gas and water and all these are variable based on your use. The best way to know your number is take that percentage and go through your utility bills and multiply it, and you'll know. We can at best do averages because, you may have the highest water use of all time and the lowest gas use, or you're low, or everything is high. I don't know. But if you had a low usage example, say 8%, we'll take the middle percentage here, about $29 a month. If you have all those utilities, if it's a medium usage at 8%, $39 a month. If it was very high usage at 8%, could be as high as $60. Again, it would depend on your utility rate. And then lower if it's 7%, higher if it's 9, higher still if it's 10. So obviously you multiply it by the percentage. So that's an example per month of what the cost might be to fund a tax at that rate, which again, at 100% of that funds would come back to your city to fund your services. And then there's a question about public engagement. If the council wished for this discussion to be broadened and the education to be broadened so that we can make sure the community's understanding both our budget shortfall and this option of a utility users tax, we have a plan in place that we're prepared to launch, and we've done a lot of work on already in the effort that communication is always top importance to get good information in people's hands. We've already conducted a budget information that we provided at the last meeting. We're on the schedule for December to speak, and the Administrative Service Director and myself to come to the Planning Commission. We're also on the agenda to come to the Parks and Rec Commission to explain our budget shortfall and the utility options. We'll plan on getting the agenda with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Rotary Department. I've met individually with some residents that have already reached out and wanted to speak, and I've answered questions online. If there's other community groups that want to have an informational discussion, happy to have that wherever we can engage in a workshop setting or a group setting. We also want to use our social media to do Did You Know educational series. We covered this last time, where how much of property tax share comes to the city versus everywhere else? How much of sales tax comes to the city versus everything else? These are key important things that the average person who's not neck deep in city stuff, there's no way you know that. And it's not fair to expect that. But we're here to educate, and we think we have some ideas of how to do that through social media. We're building a dedicated utility users tax page on the website that can be accessed to see presentations, FAQs, and the frequently asked questions and other links to additional data. We have an informational mailer that we're drafting out that we could insert in everyone's water bill with one side English, one side Spanish. And then we have a community survey that we're working with our consultant that could be sent out to our residents. They would do a random sampling, call residents, and go through those questions together, educate them both on where the status of where we're at, and ask them their thoughts on what services they value the most. And actually on the mailer in the water bill, we also would have a QR code that could be scanned if people wanted to provide additional comments, basically give us thoughts on what services they value the most. So that's just an example of that public engagement piece, which would be crucial because everybody should know the state of where their city's at, what's at stake, and then help them understand this potential tool to help them be fully educated down the road if there is a time for them to make a decision one way or the other. With that, I just showed quick examples of the two colored items, the pie chart and the Did You Know, could be potential social media short, quick items to educate, for instance, here at property tax. And then the idea would be we could have a link where you could, if you wanted even more information, it could link to our website where you could drill down. Many people may just want this starter. And then on the far right is an initial draft of a potential one-pager trying to summarize all this information with a QR code where you could get more information. These are just examples, again, can be adjusted, but we're just trying to be proactive and be ready in the event that we'd like to get more information out to the community. Steps that we would need to be prepared if council would like to pursue a utility users tax is creating something to put on a ballot, which requires ballot language. So this is something that if it was directed to put on a ballot, and I forgot to mention, the only way this tax could be implemented is through a vote to the people. So council can't decide to do this, staff can't decide, the residents decide. They decide, is this worthwhile or not? And that would be entirely the community's decision. But in order to put it on a ballot, just like any other initiative you might see, you have to get a ballot language statement. And so this is just a draft idea of a statement. It's based on consultant help that mirrors many other statements that have been done on this same item, but it explains what types of services could be protected, what potential funding could be. There's no specific dollars attached to specific items because this is not a special tax. This would be a general tax, requires 50% plus one of the population to pass it, or 50% or less to not pass it. And that's what a general tax does. And then this just shows a sample of a 7% tax with approximately how much revenue that would generate yearly, and entered by voters, and explains that. So that's the type of thing that would need to be developed. Again, this is just a draft, not final language, but it's just helping us know the steps. And then the question would be, this would be council directing staff as far as any steps you want to do. If council wanted to look at putting this on the ballot, there's a couple steps that would be required. If there was a desire to put this on a June ballot, which is our next scheduled election in the city, which is for the governor and primaries for Congress and that matter in first Tuesday in June, there needs to be something called a declaration of a fiscal emergency, which requires a statement to say that we're in a fiscal emergency. The definition of that is very broad, but when we're at a point where we're over 10% in gap between our revenue and our expenses, over $8 million, that is by far a defined fiscal emergency that is beyond what other cities that have used that is. That would be required. And you adopt a resolution calling for a utility users tax to be put on the ballot no later than 88 days before the election date. To do the fiscal emergency, a unanimous vote of all council members present at that meeting is needed to declare that fiscal emergency. And then to put it on the ballot, you need a supermajority, or in this case, 2/3 of all members present or not. So it has to be 4 votes minimum to propose to put that general tax on a ballot. So those are the steps that would be required. In the event it is decided to put it on a November ballot where there's already council members on the ballot, which would be next November, there does not need to be a declaration of a fiscal emergency. It's simply put it on the ballot. However, that delay, that's about 5 months later. So we would obviously have to discuss funding options to bridge the gap, say, till that decision, which is certainly possible, but that's one step that goes away in the event that that decision would be made. A timeline, if council were to say that they're interested in a June election date, the last regular meeting that a declaration to put it on the ballot could be done is our February 24th council meeting. And that puts a decision is made before the March 6th deadline, which is 88 days before June 2nd. We don't have a meeting in March before March 6th, so that backs us up to February 24th. If the decision was to do that, but it's made that late, if it isn't made in January, say, that would be the last date, and then you'd want to have a first reading, typically, say at the February 10th meeting. Additional alternatives would be to do something in January, but once February 24th passes, the option of being on a June election goes away, and then if there's still a decision to do something, it could be November until you get 88 days from November and so forth. You always have to declare basically 3 months before an election date, or you miss that date. So with that, that's a fair bit of information. There's sort of unlimited conversation that could be had, but in the interest of trying to just introduce this topic and look for any additional information that might be requested for a later date, as well as any direction of should this be something that I bring back with more detail in January. I'm handing it back to the council for their thoughts and direction.
Thank you, City Manager, for that presentation. At this time, if council don't mind, let me open it to the audience first, and then we can take questions. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
All right, so I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy. So, I mean, you want to dump a utility user's tax on us after you squandered away $34 million in ARPA funds. What pisses me off about that is, did the residents have any say or any input as to how the ARPA funds were going to be spent? Is there any one particular project that you can single out to and point to and say, we did this, we made this happen because the residents asked for it, demanded it, wanted it, and we delivered? What did we get out of the ARPA funds? What did you accomplish with that? Did we get anything? So now you want to dump a utility user's tax, and this is the problem I have with it. I don't trust you people. I don't trust you people with money. And now you want us to pay more money and give you more money so you could just, use it to pay City Hall employees. This year, you had a whole slew of meetings where you had a pack of City Hall beggars coming in here asking for pay increases, salary increases. And what'd you do? You gave it to them. Sure enough, you gave them the money. And now you want to get dumping a utility user's tax on us. Where's that money going to go? What are we going to get out of it? Or are we, how does it going to benefit us? And what was the other point I want to hit on? Doggone it. The utility. Hang on. I got other stuff I want to hit on. Doggone it. Hold on a second here. Yes, this looks like another Southgate City Hall ripoff to me right here. It's like what are we going to get out of it? And it just seems like it's just going to benefit the City Hall employees. And then, here's what I want to hit on. Okay, so where does your economic development take place? What department does that fall under? Well, it isn't Public Works. It isn't Administrative Service. It isn't Parks and Recreation. It's Community Development. And what is the purpose of community development? The purpose of your community development is to foster and grow your business community. What is the purpose and function of your business community? Their goal and objective is to crank out and produce the sales tax revenue that your city needs to pay its bills. You folks haven't figured this out. And I would argue that the city of Southgate has never figured out how to properly run its Department of Community Development, which is why if you go on our streets, Tweedy Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, Long Beach Boulevard, California Avenue, Atlantic Avenue, all the businesses, they all look the same. They all look like fruit that's dying on the vine. That is how you've rendered our city to be, like as if it's just dying on the vine. That's Shitgate for you. So good luck trying to sell this to the residents. I'll end with that.
Is there anyone else want to speak on this item?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that
Can we have your name for the
They
record?
said
We know who
Ruiz.
you are. But go ahead.
Kaufman. The only thing I agree with the previous speaker is that nobody's ever happy having to pay more in taxes. The deal is that we need it. Our city has depended on grants, and our departments have been great at applying and obtaining grants. And the best example has been the Parks Department, and all the parks that have come in. They've all been through grants. A lot of the capital improvement projects have been through federal grants. But you know what? That funding source is probably going to dry up, and we're lucky that we're even getting anything now, especially with the current administration. So we really got to think ahead. We don't know what the future holds, unfortunately. We don't know how long the Republicans are going to hold, the reins in government, and it might be even dire in the future. So we really got to, depend on those who depend on these services, and that's us, the residents. I can say I'm lucky that this isn't going to hurt me. I can't speak for everybody else, but I think it's my responsibility as a Parks Commissioner to really ask and put this information out to the public that if we want to keep the services that we have, especially in the parks, you know, that this is the way we got to go. And I think we got to put this information out better. We got to make it obvious. We got to clear out the misconceptions. I've already seen a post on social media saying that it's a state utility tax when it's not. You know, so there's already misinformation going out there. And we got to be clear about where this money is going to go. I think that's going to be detrimental. And in the prompt about what was going to be on the ballot, I didn't see it mentioned, and I know it's just a rough draft, but I think we really need to be clear that if this doesn't pass, these services are going to be cut. And in particular, we already saw, you know, park services were going to be on the chopping board already. So I think more people need to know about that. And I think a good way to maybe even put that out would be through the Southgate Connect app. When people are signing up for classes, maybe even put an excerpt like, hey, if funding comes short, you know, these classes aren't going to be guaranteed. So maybe, you know, keep that in mind if you know, when the utility users tax comes or something, because it's a possibility and people need to know. That way when, you know, I don't want to say when, but if this doesn't pass, people are going to have to know that, you know, things are going to get cut.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else?
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. I think kind of to echo what some of my, I guess I would say, community members here have referenced. You know, I was reflecting on our last meeting and the conversations that we were having here. One of the things that keeps coming up is, you know, in order for anything to pass in Southgate, there has to be a certain level of trust that needs to be built, right? And the only way you're going to build trust is if you create transparency. And that continues to come up time and time again with residents, is that we don't trust you with more money. What are you going to do with that money, right? So when you look at this, we've talked about this not being a long-term solution, because it's not. Even the numbers that you referenced, $9.4 million, assuming, you know, we're over a $9 million deficit. So what are we really going to see? You know, our city going to see any differences because of this utility user tax? No. You know, we're probably just going to kick the can down the road, bring a little bit more research, buy ourselves a little bit of time. But until we really take it serious, and we keep hearing this sole notion of fiscal emergency, I don't see us operating under that. Have we explored every option before we're ready to tax our residents? No. You know, everything that comes up is how are we going to eliminate services? How are we going to cut services this? How are we going to cut that? But we've never talked about, you know, I'm a big believer in your biggest asset to any organization, corporation is your personnel, right? That's your most valuable asset, but that's also your most expensive asset. So when you start looking at payroll, you start looking at fringe benefits, that's a big portion of who, you know, we need in order for us to kind of move the city forward. But the one thing that comes up is like, we've, you know, 3 months ago or 4 months ago, we talked about 54 vacancies, right? Staffing vacancies that are in place. We didn't do a hiring freeze. No, we said we're only going to freeze 17 positions out of the 54. So if we would have done a hiring freeze at that point, what does that all add up to when it comes to money? You know, there's other options before we start thinking about cutting resources from residents. Something else that comes up, it kind of came up, and it was, you know, we talk about the household cost, right? I mean, a lot of us, we're privileged that we won't have to navigate. Maybe there's that other family that's already working 2 jobs, and that extra $70 or $80 that they're going to have to pay requires them to go work another part-time job. You know, where is that consideration? That's not factored in, you know, but once again, we start talking, we're continue to talk about, you know, and even in the agenda, start talking about more benefits and cashing out. You know, we talk about public engagement. We spend over $150,000 on a consultant to come out and do surveys. What came of that? What? Last conversation we had, oh, they didn't do the right survey. That's why it said that individuals don't want to get taxed. Who approved that survey? I'm assuming people looked at it before it was administered. There's a lot that needs to be discussed.
Next speaker.
Edgar Pelayo, Madison Avenue. So yeah, I just want to touch on a few things that some of the previous speakers have already mentioned, mainly trust and also transparency, right? With the results of that survey that was improperly conducted, but yet it was put out there. And so the trust, again, with, what have you done with the residents' money up to this point? And should we just give you more to, do it again? It's easy to spend other people's money, and it's even easier to raise taxes when you run out of that money. So I think that, part of what has to happen here is we have to ask ourselves, what are the needs and what are the wants, right? Because the problem here is that we're spending more than what we're bringing in. And, where is that seen, or where are the cuts seen? Well, walk around the city, streets, sidewalks. There's other places where that is basically evident. And I think that, we really need to focus on that. In your household, if you're bringing, or if you're spending more than what you're bringing in, you're going to dip into your savings. And once your savings are gone, then they're credit cards. And then you don't have any credit cards. Guess what? It's bankruptcy, right? But here, let's just raise taxes, right? Let's just get more money and spend other people's money and bail us out. Again, this is a temporary solution, and I don't see a long-term solution to this really with this utility users tax. I think that there needs to be more discussion. I would really like to see what the results of that initial survey were, just to see what the community is saying, because I know Councilmember Baron conducted his survey, right? And everyone knows that no one wants to be taxed more. So let's conduct a service or a survey within employees, maybe in departments, on what they're willing to give up to make this happen, right? What is that? That's the other side of the equation, right? The residents are on one side, but staff and services and other departments are there. So I think that, again, we need to visit this and see where we can really make those changes, and as the previous speaker said, exhaust some of those options that are available to us. So I've been here in Southgate pretty much all my life, and Southgate has really seen better days. And I'm not the only one that has said that. I know that there's a lot of residents that have that same sentiment. So I would really urge city departments and council members and everyone else to look at where we can all pitch in, because what you're asking here is for the residents to pitch in, and really the residents carry the burden here. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Because in the audience, do we have any emails on this item?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, let's bring it back to council. Council. Nobody want to speak on this.
I'll speak on it, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I see that, yes, we do have a need, and probably, yes, we do need to increase taxes. But if that were the case, then I would definitely want that to be done in categorical accounts, so that the community can actually see where that money is going and not leave it in a general fund. But I think I've said this before. Maybe we'll exclude our seniors. Well, if we know what's going on at the federal level, we know that their Social Security is being cut, Medicare, Medi-Cal is being cut. They are being asked to now pay more in prescription medication in hospital services. So for me, after looking at some of these agenda items that I have several questions on, I don't feel there's a fiscal emergency at this time. So I would hope that we can do more education to the community to be able to answer a lot of the questions, to be able to look at all of the solutions that have been proposed, because I can tell you I have a slew of questions that I know I've asked before that I'm still waiting to get answers on. Definitely looking a lot into our finances. that I can give that to you right now, actually. Because again, it goes back to looking within as to how we are spending the taxpayer dollars. And I don't take that lightly. I have a hard time spending other people's money carte blanche. I've never done that in my campaign. I've not done that with the residents. So some of my questions would be, let's look at our reserves and our investments. So what is the current status of the city's reserves and investments portfolios, including LAIF balances? All transfers from LAIF being replenished once property taxes or sales tax revenues are received. If not, is LAIF depletion indicated broader in fiscal stress? How frequent is the investment portfolio monitored? And are reserve levels consistent with what is reported on paper? Are delayed accounts, receivable collections, or slow grant reimbursements contributing to the drawdown of reserves or investment funds? When the federal government announced potential pauses in reimbursements, did the city take steps to protect the cash flow, given the project expenses are paid upfront? Are any unreimbursed amounts contributing to the deficit? What is the accurate financial picture regarding the city's deficit and proposed UUT without reliance on fear-based messaging? Grants and compliances in reporting. The city is the city fully meeting the state and federal grant compliance requirements, including allowable uses and documentation standards? How has the city ensured compliance with ARPA requirements, eligibility, reporting, and expenditure tracking with all funds required to be spent by 2026? Were the ARPA funds personnel costs allocated properly, executed, and reported for fiscal year 23-24 journal entry, which should have been of $3 million, 24-25 journal entry of $5.6 million, and planned fiscal year 25-26 allocation of $4 million? Was the formal ARPA expenditures and reporting processes communicated to the U.S. Treasury in 2024 by the required deadlines? Did all ARPA expenditures meet federal eligibility criteria, for example, public safety salaries, revenue replacements, and community programs? Were ARPA expenditures correctly categorized and documented according to federal rules? Has the city met all quarterly U.S. Treasury reporting deadlines for ARPA? And were police salaries correctly reported for March of 25, June of 25, and September of 2025? If reporting categories change, who authorized these changes and why? And then the last one, our outstanding liabilities. Was the city's major long-term liabilities, or what are the city's major long-term liabilities? For example, the bonds, the CalPER obligations, other recurring long-term commitments. How have these liabilities changed over time? Have a total of liability increased or decreased in recent years? Have bond payments decreased as expected? Have the CalPERS liability fluctuated over the years? What factors have influenced these changes? For example, number of active employees, investment performances, and city payments. Did renegotiating employee retirement contracts requiring employees to pay 1% to 2% of the employer CalPERS share help reduce the city's long-term liability? And has this change had any measurable impacts? Has the reinstatement of longevity pay as a percentage rather than a flat fee increased the long-term cost of CalPER rates? How does the percentage-based longevity pay inflate salaries based on, and therefore their CalPERS employees' costs? Did reverting from prior City Manager Chris Jeffers' flat rate structure contribute to increased liabilities? And how many employees have received the longevity pay in the last 5 years? All of these are questions that I'm asking myself and that I hope that our finance and our city manager can answer them. Because they're not just my questions, they're the questions of you, the Southgate residents, that are very interested in knowing. Because again, this is your money that we are spending, and I don't forget that every time I come up to this dais. So hopefully I can get answers to those questions. Thank you.
Let me just quick. I remember that with the ARPA funds, and I want you to go back to the agendas, and the ARPA funds were approved by the city council. If we can get a list of where the money went, because I know that we approved it in order for the city to use those funds, it has to come to city council, and we approved those fundings. It's not that we don't know where they went, and it's that we just need to go back into that agenda bill and see where we use those funds at.
Yes, Mayor, we have detailed accounting of all of ARPA funds and where the money went, and we'd be happy to provide that. I'm hearing a lot of the questions for the first time, Councilwoman. So if we could get those via email, I would be more than happy to look into those questions and begin to answer them.
Yeah, because every time that we're spending money, it comes to city council, and we're the ones who approve them.
Right. Yes.
So where did they went? I mean, I'm sure it's there.
Yes.
And it's also on the warrants, and and we have those. I mean, it's not that we don't know. It's just we need to remember what we approved back then.
That's right. And we do quarterly reporting, as the Councilwoman had asked about. We do those quarterly reportings as part of the budget process. The council does appropriate that money
Right.
every year, and has been for the last 4 years, 3 years. That's been a thing. But those are questions. Those are great questions, and we'll be able to get you some answers. But I assure you that we know where the money went. A lot of the programs, and I pulled it up as you were talking. There was some programming of that money for public safety salaries to help offset some of that cost. But I'm looking through this list, and I see quite a bit of programs that are public facing, that from mental health services to job training, all kinds of different programs. And that money's been spent, and what we can provide accounting for that.
There was a tutoring program that was funded through that as well. There was many programs that was paid out through ARPA. But I agree, Councilwoman, I think you asked some great questions. I really would have loved to be able to have those answers during our council meeting. If there's any practice that we can do, Louis and Rob Houston, to be able to provide those questions sooner to you, so that way we can get those answers here, because I think you had some valid questions, and I think the residents and council would have loved to be able to hear those. I'm sorry that we weren't able to get those questions to you sooner, so that we can have all heard that today. I would like to also just kind of touch bases on a little bit of the presentation. And I think when we're speaking on some of the expenses that we're asking residents to take on, I think there is another side that I want to always, be cautious of, is if we are not offering the services, the residents are going to have to find those services somewhere else. And that fee and that cost is going to cost the resident regardless if we have it or not. But you're right. This is not like a get out of jail free card, the UUT. We know that. There's no way that we can take this as this is the one that's going to save us, right? Because the number is not going to add up. I think councils is already saying that no matter what we decide to do with the UUT, there needs to be an idea that we have to have some type of reduction in cost. We have to start looking for ways to be able to do that. And I think that our staff is aware of understanding that we have to find those solutions as well. But we cannot lose the idea that what we have is a revenue problem. It's everything is costing more and we're making less as a city, right? So if everything is costing more, the only thing that we can do is do less for our residents. And I think Mario would love to hear us say that, is we're going to do less for our residents, or say we need to find ways to do more with a lot less. And unless we have a great magic hat to pull stuff out of, it's not going to happen. So we have to kind of balance that out. But it is going to be a balancing act. And I think staff is aware of that. One thing I will say is, I think what we've heard in just the town hall meetings, or not the town hall meetings, but the neighborhood watch meetings that we've gone out to, the residents that have come here to council meetings, is they're not asking us to do less. I've been to 2 neighborhood watch meetings where they're asking us, oh, we need you to cut our trees more. We need you to fix our sidewalks more. These potholes, you guys got to fix this. Or, hey, why is it that we need, more lights on Holidale so we can have more soccer fields here? We need a home for Aztec football, which we don't have. So we're going to have to go try to find a location to be able to put Aztec football on. Hey, we don't, we need to make sure we have more police officers, because I come home at night and I can't find parking because we're not giving tickets to vehicles that are parked in our permit parking area when I come home. So how is it that we're going to ask our residents who are asking us to do more to say, sorry, well, we don't have the funding for it, but I know you want more, so we're going to cut. That's our answer to you wanting more. We're just going to cut. I don't understand how we can do that. I hope that we can have a discussion as council members and figure that out together, because I think that that's where it's really going to happen, is when we have these discussions and try to figure out, where that conversation is going to lie. Because I know that times are tough, but residents are asking us to do more, and residents are depending on a lot of services. When I tell residents, we spend $800,000 on crossing guards, they're asking, well, why doesn't LAUSD pitch in? I said, that's a great question. Let's go have a conversation with them. When they say, hey, why can't the Aztec football just practice at a LAUSD field? That's a great question. Let's go have a conversation with them. They don't just let that happen. We got to lease the fields. We got to pay for the lights. The city has to do that. When AYSO, we're close to finding them a home at a LAUSD facility, but it's not going to be free. They're going to say, you need to pay a fee for that. And then we're going to have to put lights at that location. The lights are not free. We're going to have to pay a fee, or the program's going to have to raise their fees. Either way, the resident is paying more. How do we figure that out? It's a question, guys.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead. Go ahead, Al.
Okay, thank you, community, for sharing your comments with the council, letting us know what your thoughts are. And I'm sure the broader community is not even aware of this, I think. But I'm sure that's going to take place. I've always been fiscal conservative in the sense that, especially with the taxpayers' money. And, people could say it's a revenue problem. It's also a spending problem. We have a spending problem. And just this year alone, just the items that we have on the agenda today, we're spending a lot on roofs, HVAC, and we've been spending on and on these things. And I know I talked to the city manager about it. We did some patchwork, but we spent a lot of money, and we continue to spend. And I think and we've been talking, the budget subcommittee has been talking about this issue for a while. At the beginning of the year, let's freeze all the positions that we had 54 positions. Let's freeze them. We didn't do that. Let's not buy all the vehicles we need. We purchased 8 vehicles. We continue to reclassify people, promote people. So, those things bother me, that the culture here hasn't changed, even though some of us have been talking about, let's be more prudent with our resources. We could have started earlier. We didn't. And we're in this situation now where it's a tough situation, but it's always on the backs of our community. That's what I see. It's always been because we're taking care of business here, but our community, we're going to put it on the backs of the community. That's what bothers me, because the economy is a hard time right now. It's really tough right now. And some of the colleagues here mentioned what it's like right now. We have the average income here of a family is $65,000 a year. It's not a lot of money when you really look at you raising a family. A lot of it goes to rent or the house, the mortgage, and now we're going to ask them to pay more, and that's going to be their decision. Some of us here sitting in the dais are privileged because we make pretty good money. Some of us could pay, and I suspect some of our residents can pay, but there's some that probably can't. It's going to take away a backpack or some lunch money for students. I mean, their kids. I mean, it's going to impact people. This is a hardworking community. So, and I've been saying all along, let's change the culture here. And I've been advocating behind closed doors and in the public. Let's get a handle on our funding. Let's not just, I know we don't have a utility tax like other cities around us that do. But this is a tough time, and again, we're going to let the residents decide. But I am concerned that we haven't changed the culture here. We have not changed as far as our ways and how we go about spending, and I just listed a few, and when you have a problem in any household, you tighten up. We haven't tightened up nothing. Last year we talked about not having snow. And here we are having snow again. Is that the best use of our money? AYSO, we talked about having lights for them. We talked about having a staff over there at Holiday Park. That money could go to some of that. I mean, why are we? Let's pick this. I want to put the community first. That's why we're here. Those are the folks that voted for us to be here. And I think we want to take care of City Hall first. We want to take care of the infrastructure. We want to take care of, and that's important, but not at the expense of the community. And I think we have to change our ways. And I think that's the narrative that's out there. If we don't change our ways, then why should they honor us and pay more? And as someone's already said, it's not about increasing a lot of what we're talking about with the expectations. It's about just getting us up to where we're at, where we've been. So, it's a tough time. We have some real soul searching to do here. And I'm willing to work with all of my colleagues and the community and hear from more residents. As this campaign kicks off and we go out to the community and talk to people, they're the ones that are going to pay. They should have some decision in how we spend that money. I think that's important. If they think we should spend it this way, we should be clear about, because it is discretionary money. It means that we can spend it however we want. And if we are continuing in our ways of spending, then I'm sorry. I think we're on the wrong track because we're not going to do justice to the community. So I think we have to just kind of go down that road. Again, I mentioned the economy is hard, but again, we're in a difficult situation, so it calls for strong leadership and really working with the community, being transparent about what's going on here and in the community. And those are my comments.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Hurtado.
Okay, thank you. I've been on the council since 2005 on the Planning Commission, going back to 2003, and I had the privilege and honor to sit next to people like Henry Gonzalez and Bill DeWitt, who are no longer with us, but those gentlemen were fantastic in handling these kind of situations, and they never hesitated. They understood what needed to be done. So I just want to point out a couple of things. So I'm going to read something here. It says general fund budgetary highlights. For many years, city's general fund revenues have not kept pace with increases in expenditures. In June 2008, the voters approved the 1 cent sales tax, which was implemented in October 2008. I'm going to skip down a little bit. It's a lot of things just covering what we did in 2008. Due to the economic recession and slow recovery, this measure only reduced the structural deficit. To close this ongoing structural gap, and I want to emphasize that because the word structural gap is important, because it's not like that just popped up this year or last year, okay? It's a structural gap that we've had for a very long time. The city implemented a 10% compensation reduction for all employees in fiscal year 2009-2010. That's employees giving back. They cut their compensation to help the city out. And so I say that because to suggest that our employees, aren't doing their part is just not a factual thing. This is something that happened. We were all here for that. Compensation reduction for all employees in fiscal year 2009-2010. Staff reductions and early retirement incentive programs for fiscal year 2010-2011. This that I just read to you is from 2014. So to suggest that this just came up now is not true. We've done a lot of things, but we've made conscious decisions not to impose a tax, an additional tax on people, okay? Here's what we're dealing with. So there are cities around us that generate revenue because they have casinos. I don't really care for a casino in my backyard, but that's revenue that cities bring in. There are cities around us that generate revenue from cannabis sales. I don't want that in my backyard either. But let's be clear on that. There is cannabis that is bought in other cities where they're generating that revenue, and it's entering our city. So it's still coming in, but we're not getting the revenue. We're not getting anything out of that. So I think it's important to point that out now. Some of those cities that have cannabis and casinos also have the same sales tax as we do of 10.75. Now, prior to November, there were 47 cities that had the 10.25 sales tax, the same sales tax that we have. In November, a ballot measure was passed to generate more revenue for the fire department, and it increased the sales tax to a lot of cities. Now, not everybody was impacted, but there are 12 cities with the same sales tax as Southgate. In fact, there are 2 cities that are 11.25 in their sales tax. And there are 40 cities and this is just LA County alone. There are 40 cities that have a 10.50 sales tax. So it's just a little bit less. In fact, Santa Fe Springs just had an election in November where they implemented an additional 0.25. So they're listed here as 10.75. They are now going to 11%. In LA County alone, and this has not been updated yet, this is through 2022, 2023, so a couple of years have already passed. In Los Angeles County alone, and I could have gone a little bit further throughout the whole state of California, but in Los Angeles County alone, there are 49 cities that have a utility users tax and have had it for many, many years. So remember, some of these cities have the same sales tax as we do. They have cannabis sales, they have casinos, and they have a UUT. We don't have any of that additional stuff. So we've been trying everything we could to keep our city moving forward. And so I read that material, and again, I brought a couple of my colleagues into my office today so they can see my books from every budget session that we ever had. And all you'll find in it are these little Post-its that are popping out all over the place, because there's a lot of things that I raised, a lot of issues that I raised. And the structural deficit was one of them. We still have a structural deficit with the streetlight and landscaping fund. That one has not been updated since, when is it, 1989? Something like that?
Over 30 years.
Over 30 years. And we're using your taxpayer money to make up the gap. Why? Because we haven't implemented an additional tax for you, for us, because I live here too. We have not implemented that to close up the gap. And we're talking roughly about $1.5, $1.6 million a year that we're having to use from the general fund to fund that. I mean, think about just in a 10-year gap, how many millions of dollars we've thrown away that we could have used for other things. Now, we've taken steps with cutting back the salary of people. Yeah, we gave some of it back, but we never gave that 10% back up to the employees. So again, I don't feel it's proper to penalize our employees because we have decided not to implement something additional, like every city around us has. And again, we try to avoid it to the best of our ability, but we're at that point now to where we have to say to our community members, look, we're up here to make those difficult decisions. And if you choose to not vote for a utility users tax, believe me, we'll figure out how to cut $8, $9, $10 million out of the budget, but it's going to have an impact. But as Vice Mayor Barone said, I've been out talking to people in the community, and yes, they want more. They want more. Mr. Dominguez wants a splash pad. He wants additional stuff. We had tutoring programs. We don't get a budget for schools, but we use taxpayer money to implement that. And so again, those are decisions we make, and we're saying we're going to be, tightening our belt, but yet we too want things up here, and we put them on the agenda and we vote on them. We support them. So there's a lot of things that we can do. The easiest thing is to just cut on services. We can do that. We've already looked at that. Staff has already looked at what potential things we can cut in case the UUT doesn't pass. However, the worst thing that we can do, the very worst thing that we can do, is not allow the residents to at least tell us, yes, we want a UUT so that we can have these additional programs. Or no, we don't want to pay additional tax. We'll deal with the cuts. Go ahead and make those cuts. Then we got our marching orders. But to not put it on the ballot is us making a decision already that we're going to cut those services. So AYSO will be impacted. Southgate JA will be impacted. Southgate Aquatics, Southgate Youth Football. Crossing guards. Shh. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. She's like my Jiminy Cricket there. But there's a lot of things that will be cut. And let me tell you, this is not unique to Southgate. I talked to a couple of colleagues from other cities. They're facing the same challenges. And you know what? They already have a UUT. And you know what? They have a 10.75. And you know what? Some of them have cannabis sales. And you know what? They have casinos. But there are things out of the control of us that are causing these things. And again, I encourage Mr. City Manager, I think you really need to put something together to ensure that especially our commissioners, they need to be brought into the loop. They need to see these numbers, because if I was sitting out there, I would be saying the same thing as they are. I don't blame anybody for their comments. In fact, I appreciate, because what it does is it puts us on notice that we haven't done enough to bring this information to you, which is part of transparency. But I can tell you, as we sit up here, we vote on things and we pass things. We vote on how to spend the money. And believe me, I have a fixed budget. I'm retired. I live in a retirement community. All of us will be impacted by that. But the question would be, do we want to pay this additional money? Or do we want to cut services? I want to let the voters tell us. I want to let the community tell us what they want us to do. And again, this is a start, Mr. City Manager. I want to thank you and your staff for putting this together. But I really think we need to do a better job of communicating this to our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I appreciate the council, your comments and all that. But for us not to do anything, I mean, we were put here to do something, and we need to do something. Whether we like it or not, we need to make tough decisions. And this is one of the toughest decisions that we need to do. And the first one is to declare a fiscal emergency. Yes, when are we planning to do a fiscal emergency? I would like for you, City Manager, to bring it back to us on the first meeting in January. Because we need to do this in order for us to continue giving the services that we give to our community at this point. Because the last thing we want to see is to see cuts everywhere. And we know that once we start cutting staff, that means programs. Because they're the ones who do the job, and they're the ones who provide the programs. And that's the last thing we want. I don't want to see the pool, the swimming pool closed. And if it comes to that point, unfortunately, it will. But we need to give this opportunity to the residents to decide whether they want it or not. If they decide to tax themselves, we're going to tax ourselves. I live in the city too. So I'm going to be impacted too. But again, what is it that we're looking for? We're looking to see a city that it's healthy. We want our kids to be healthy. We want our seniors to be healthy. And the last thing we want is to start cutting programs. Stop hiring officers. Stop hiring people from public works, parks. All our half-time employees, the timies. That's a lot of employees. If that's what we're planning to do, you know what? I mean, let's not do nothing, but we need to do something. And that's our responsibility. If you want to vote for it, great. If you don't, that's your decision. But we definitely need to take it to our voters. We need to bring this back in our next, not the following council because we do the reorganization, but on the first meeting of January, please bring this back because we need to put it in an agenda bill and declare a fiscal emergency. So with that,
Can we just, Madam Mayor, can we just get some clarity from the city manager on what actually needs to be declared, what needs to be voted on that day for a fiscal emergency? You said that whoever's there, it needs to be unanimous of whoever's there.
for fiscal emergency.
Certainly for clarification, and also, I think I didn't make it clear, there can be like a meeting, say, where fiscal emergency is declared and without a declaration to put the item on the ballot.
Okay.
That could come later. Again, the cutoff being the last meeting in February to put it on the ballot, but you can't put it on the ballot without fiscal emergency. So earlier meeting could be that. To do fiscal emergency, it's a unanimous vote of the council members at that meeting.
Right.
So if there's, and I think the minimum is 3. So say 2 people weren't there, 3-0, 4 people there, 4-0, 5 people are there, 5-0. You can't have
5-0.
either if someone's at the meeting and recuses themselves, that's a no. And if it's no, it's no. So that's how the fiscal emergency works. And then it's 4/5 minimum to put it on the
To put
ballot.
on the ballot. Okay.
And one question additional to that, and if we happen not to get the required votes to put it, to declare a fiscal emergency, that means it will not go on the ballot. So we need to come back with a plan on what we're going to cut.
Yes, so in being again, I think many of the things I've heard from the community council and my own talking to the community members, it's good dialogue. The more dialogue, the better, but it is education, it is transparency. And so we have been working hard. We worked really hard during the budget process in June, July to provide cut options in contrast to, say, dipping like we did for this fiscal year. The majority of council said, let's avoid those harsh cuts to the community until there's a chance for the community to voice that opinion. So we didn't take those steps, but we did it up to a $6.5 million cut, and we outlined those services. We know now that without reserves, without other solutions, we're looking at a $9.4 million cut. So our staff have been given allocations already, our department heads, and we are on a mission in the next 2 weeks to expand that list, go through every staff position, every service, every cost, and pull out $9.4 million out of our budget. And it's going to be very upsetting. I think we will have a lot of staff positions on there that, are people we know that have families, but ultimately provide services to the community. It's not just extra people sitting in a room typing on a computer doing nothing. These are police officers. These are code enforcement people. These are people that are at the front counter. These are, everyone that we know. We're going to have to figure that out, as well as vacancies that we've kept vacant for the purpose of being prepared in the worst case scenario. So all that would be brought forward. I would recommend, I was planning to bring back that in the first meeting of January, so we can see the impacts of that. And then as we look at our reserve levels, those cuts, we are funded till the end of June. We've been given permission to use reserves up to then. Starting July 1st, we don't have enough reserves to do that program a second year. So without additional revenue, that cut list we'd show you, unless you made modifications to it, which of course is your purview, but it still has to add up to 9.4 million. That would be the proposed budget that would come forward starting July 1st. So if we don't put something on the measure in June, that would be our solution. You would ultimately have to adopt that. If there was an opportunity to go in June, and the committee would vote no, which of course is their option, then we already know the budget for July 1st, and they would already know the cuts. There'd be a correlation, but we'd have a second budget that would preserve the services if they were to vote yes. So that would sort of be the process. So personally, my idea is, and we're working to hit the deadline of having that presentation first meeting in January to help educate sort of where this could head if we run out of money.
Yeah, I like that idea to have both budgets available so that way we can see both sides of it. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Just to add on to that, I know we have our finance director who can definitely provide us a report of our financial records, but not exactly a budget. So I would like to request, if possible, to have our city auditor, Jennifer Farr, who could give us a presentation or a workshop for the council, and then hopefully to the community before we make any decisions on a UUT. And additionally, looking at some of the items that we have before us tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so you just need direction on that one, and it's a receive and file item. Do we need to make a motion? No? Okay, so with that, it's a receive and file item, and we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
And Mayor, I want to see that ARPA information on the city's website. Otherwise, where's the transparency?
Can I get council back, please? Yeah, go out. Okay, we have non-agenda items at this time. Madam City Clerk, do we have the recording on?
Madam Mayor, we have comments from the audience.
What is it?
Comments from the
Yes?
audience.
Okay. Anyone that would like to speak on anything that is not on the agenda, please come forward. Yes, this is non-agenda items. Go right ahead, Mr. Dominguez.
All right, so I got a story I want to share with you. So one of our residents, Jimmy Ozaeta, spent last year trying to get a hold of Mr. Cervantes, and he went through this back and forth email exchange of trying to get Mr. Cervantes to commit to a face-to-face in-person meeting. And Mr. Cervantes handed him off like a hot potato to Jose Loera. And I said to Jimmy Ozaeta, look, this is as good as it's going to get. You're not going to get Cervantes to meet with you face to face. I mean, it's just not going to happen. He's handing you off to a Loera. He's smart. He's sharp. He knows what he's talking about. Just take the meeting. And Ozaeta kept insisting on meeting with Cervantes face to face. And I said, what are you trying to prove? What are you trying to achieve by trying to get this guy to meet with you face to face? It's just never going to happen. And Ozaeta insisted, look, it's about the process. If I can't get one of our big directors to speak with me face to face, what does that say about the next resident who's after me, who comes after me that wants to try and get a hold and speak to one of our directors? So after a year's worth of email exchanges with Cervantes trying to duck and dodge Ozaeta, he finally yielded and had the face-to-face in-person meeting with Ozaeta. The reason why I share this with you, council members, I shouldn't have to jump through hoops to try to speak with one of your directors here. Before the start of this meeting, your Pinocchio comes up to me and says that I can't speak to any of the other big directors here because he doesn't like the manner in which I conduct myself, the language that I use. If I want to come inside here and trash and bash a city hall official, I should be able to do so. I shouldn't have to worry whether or not it displeases the city manager. To me, that just shows the type of scumbaggery that is afoot here in our city hall. And it's not the job of the city manager to instruct me and tell me what I can and can't say and to whom I can and can't say it to. This is not a private company or private organization. This is a public institution. And what I don't see much of is accountability. You people are willing to give these folks here a pass. That's not me. The reason why I'm here is to see that shit gets done and that shit gets done right. So what was the thing I wanted to say here? Doggone it. I wanted to tie this all up. Doggone it. Yeah. Oh, yes. So I've come to the conclusion that you will never find a more loathsome form of vermin than a Southgate City Hall official, except for the chief, except for the city treasurer, except for the city clerk. Everyone else here is trash, dog shit, like Mr. Salinas. I'll end with that.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Maria Cortez, and I am the Regional Commissioner from Southgate AYSO. I do want to say thank you to everyone that has been very supportive to our program. And I do want to thank Al Rios for going out this weekend and coming across our end of season tournament for the kids. It was a pleasure having you there. Not knowing that you were going to be there. But thank you very much to everybody. The reason I'm here is because I had sent an email and I didn't get a response. The first email I sent out was on November 10th, and it was addressed to the city manager, Rob Houston, and CC'd everybody on the board regarding youth agreements. And I have not received any email. I emailed again last night, and I haven't received a response. And so that's my thing. If we can get a response, please, on our youth agreements, what we have out there, I would really appreciate it. But thank you again.
Is there anyone else?
Liz Reese from Kaufman. So at the last meeting I was here, I was asked to hold back on a comment because it was related to a item that could come back to the Planning Commission at the time. And so there was still that risk that it's something that, because it's something that could still come back to the Planning Commission if for whatever reason y'all, send it back. I was pulled back by Mr. Raul Salinas and asked, just to play it safe, don't say anything. And I didn't feel like my comment was going to really affect anything, any decision related to that project or being pro or con. I could say it now. It really had more to do with just the state of our alleyways and our public parking spots. I was sort of using that as an opportunity to kind of add more of a public comment because we have 3 minutes, and I don't know if you guys remember, I did run out of time during the public comment period that day. But I'm bringing this up now because recently I saw that somebody took that issue of me being put aside to make a post about me on, I think it was Southgate Real Talk, who's run by Robert Montalvo. And so he didn't call me by name, but he did say I was being censored. And so I can come here publicly and say that I do not feel like I was being censored. I do feel like Mr. Salinas was being over cautious about me, not. And I appreciate his advice because I do feel like I wouldn't want to have to recuse myself if I do, seem biased over a project. But I do want to reiterate, I don't feel like I'm being censored. I do feel like I know what to say, when to say, so that I don't put myself in a precarious situation. If something does come to the Planning Commission as chair, I do take that responsibility very serious because I think it's a great place to be able to help my community and bring up questions that I feel like I can provide with my insight and expertise as an environmental scientist. But I did just want to make that clear. And I also I'm running out of time, but I did get my resolution with UWS settled, even though I'm still not too excited about them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the audience. Do we have any emails? Okay, let me open it back.
Evelyn Chacon. I was listening to the whole meeting, and it's all about money. It's all about money. Money is the issue, and just because we're not transparent with money, meaning we, the city, at all. I have worked for the city of Los Angeles, for the city of Santa Monica, and one thing that we always did was furloughs. Furlough. That will bring you guys money in. As an employee, I understood it, and we had to take furloughs, and it's something that will bring money in for you guys. Just something to think about.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? One, twice, 3 times. Okay. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, bring it to staff. Arturo?
I don't have any comments, Mayor.
Tina.
I did speak with James Markel, our recreation manager, and so we will be sending out I instructed him to send out the contract or the agreement for AYSO, so it's taken care of.
Thank you. Gabriel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Just want to announce we are losing a senior member of our community development team, Rodrigo Pelayo. So I do want to acknowledge his contributions to the city. Very sharp and talented planner, but we are losing him to another agency. But he was able to navigate a lot of projects through the city, so we will miss him dearly.
Yeah.
That's it.
Wow. Louis.
No updates from finance. Thank you.
Wow. John?
Continuing that run, no updates.
Okay. Chief?
No updates, ma'am.
Oh. City manager.
That's
Yeah, that's you.
Thank you. Few things, specific responses to some of those comments, just backing up a tiny bit. For what it's worth, if there's questions on the budget, if people in the community want to know more, we'll certainly have presentations and items, but one-on-one conversations are available. Send in emails with questions. Just met with a resident. That last meeting had a lot of questions. I offered, let's have a meeting. He got a hold of us. Finance director and myself met with him, spent an hour. It was really helpful. He got to ask a lot of questions. We're here. We're open. We're transparent. If there's a thought that there's mystery, we're not hiding anything. Our books, unlike a private company, are all there. Our budget is there. We have budget meetings. We have a huge budget book that has every single line item. You try to go to Tesla or you try to go to Walmart and ask to see all their books, you're not going to see any of that. So we have transparency, but if I can understand there's a lot of mystery, it's very complex. Love to sit down and talk to anyone that wants to talk, not hiding anything. And I also want to say, sometimes in this society, we get an us versus them. There's always got to be an enemy. And as a community member, it can feel like, costs have gone up. So who's at fault? But do know the community members that you have, we're community members, whether we all live in the city or not. The people that I know that I work with in this city are very dedicated and care about the community. And we spend a lot of time trying to be frugal and not wastefully spend the money. There's no intent there. You may not feel that way, but do know it's intense and I take it as a mission to be here, to serve here. So do know we're on your side and we're working on this together. If you go to McDonald's, do we talk about reckless spending that a Big Mac's twice as much as it was 5 years ago? When you go to the car dealer, cars are 40% more. Is it reckless spending at Ford? Is it reckless spending when you have to go to a grocery store? Is it reckless spending because you're going to a restaurant and all these costs have gone up? I would just question whether there's a cost and inflation that's hit around us in every sector, that there may be a chance it's also hit your city. And that may be a big cause of costs going up that aren't connected to reckless spending. That being said, again, happy to answer any questions. But with that, I'll get to specific questions that came as part of the public comment. The youth agreements, apologies, you didn't get the agreements sooner. As Tina mentioned, both the youth agreements, including JA's agreement, we're happy to send to you, and we're working on that right now. And then our resident, Mr. Dominguez, talked about his concern about not having access to our city staff. And there was a mention, it's not my job. I just want to correct everyone that it is my job. My job is to avoid a hostile workplace for our public servants. Our staff and our public servants are not in the same category as elected officials. They have protections. And if just like you have a business yourself, if you have, say, somebody that comes into your business and they're, say, very abusive or disparaging or are aggressive, you have permission to not serve them. What I've directed Mr. Dominguez to contact myself, and I will get information to him, but I'm not in a position that my staff, I need to protect them. I don't need a lawsuit. They're not here to take that type of attitude. A professional conversation is welcome. Respect.
Mr. Dominguez, please. Mr. Dominguez, please.
So that might be an example there again of why I restrict that to protect my people. They're here to care for the community. They're not here to be verbally abused. I'll take that, and I think public elected officials have some sort of, they get into the game for that, but our public servants get in here to serve the community, to be a member of community and be respected, and we'll maintain that structure until we get a more professional dialogue going. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just want to concur with the city manager that local governments do have an obligation to protect their employees from harassment, even if that harassment comes from members of the public. We have that obligation. That is a state-imposed obligation. It's not a rule that this city manager or any city manager came up. It is what the law is. And if our failure to do that, to take that into account, could expose the city to liability. And so 100% supportive of the practice used by city manager and its balance. Point one, on a separate note, I have a tremendous respect for Liz Ruiz. I appreciate her comments when she comes before the city council. They're well thought out, very detailed. It's unfortunate that a member of the public has chosen to misinterpret that exchange that I had with Ms. Ruiz at a prior city council meeting. There's no censure of her. My role as a city attorney is to advise our commissioners, is to advise the city council, particularly when there are matters of public hearing. And so we had a conversation about that role, but I did not know, and my comments were not intended to preclude the content of her communication. My role was simply to lay out potential reasons and limitations that, as a chair of a planning commission, that position held, but not to silence her in any way. She took that into consideration and voluntarily decided not to make those comments. That is not a censure. We do not censure here, and it would be a gross mischaracterization of the value that Ms. Ruiz provides to the city through her public comments. I think that's important to express publicly here. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer?
Madam Mayor, just a quick update. Last week, I had the opportunity to sit down with the city manager and go over the quarterly budget update that's going to be for the first quarter. That's going to be coming to you in January. When the city manager says frugal, yeah, he's absolutely correct with that. You know, with the updates that he was providing, there were still some areas where he wanted to go back to his directors and still look for alternatives and a way to cut further and to squeeze further. So, you know, he's living by it. So I think he's spearheading, you know, being really frugal and being cautious with the, you know, residents' funds and the general fund. That's the bulk I had for today, but, you know, have a great Thanksgiving if I don't speak to you guys sooner.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I have nothing to report. However, I wanted to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Okay, and normally I go last, but this time I'm going to go first because I think I can do that. I can do that. I got things to say. Now, first of all, for the last 2 weeks, I mean, we've just been very busy in participating in different food distributions, a lot of different events where families were giving, they were receiving food for their tables for Thanksgiving. So, and the Kiwanis Sela, they had their installation this, when was it? It was Friday. It was Friday, so I attended that. But I want to take this opportunity to thank, first of all, thank all the nonprofits that participated, businesses that participated in turkey giveaways. And we have, first of all, the JAA. We had Mr. De La Paz. Thank you. Crossroads. Crossroads also we're giving out turkeys for Chamber of Commerce with the Chamber of Commerce on Monday. With Mr. C's Towing, they gave a total of 300 turkeys to schools. Senator Lina Gonzalez had their food distribution. Jose Luis Solache and the YMCA this morning. It was just amazing what the accomplishment that it was happening in. It was heartbreaking to see so many families out there trying to get food for their tables, and but very rewarding to see so many volunteers. I think that all the volunteers that were there at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm sure that there were some that were there way before 6 o'clock. So, and I can't thank them enough for everything that they have done. This year, it has been a very difficult year for everybody, and we're just blessed that that we have our family that we can go to and sit at the table and have a dinner with them. So to all the families and to all the volunteers, I mean, who they were out there to thank you. And I know that our next council meeting, it's my last meeting as mayor, but I do want to recognize all these organizations that provided food for our residents here in the city of Southgate. We can get a list of the organizations and the nonprofits so we can recognize them, because I mean they do go over and above. But the beauty, it's how this community comes together in the time of need. It was really I was very excited this morning and just to see so many families, and thank you to all of them. Family Day at the Park, great turnout. Even after the rain, it was a great turnout. So they moved it into the auditorium, and it was really nice. But staff, to all of you who are here, to our residents, thank you for the job that you do day to day. Then in order to understand the work that you guys do every single day, we need to see it. And I do spend the time here at City Hall, and I do go by the departments to check on you guys to make sure that you guys are doing well, but also to see the work that you guys are doing. And we need to be there to see it. And you guys are always busy. So thank you for the work. Please relay the message to your staff. Thank them for everything that they do here in our community, their work. Because I know some of them, they're also Southgate residents. And we know that when our families work within the cities, we take care of our city a lot more. We just have officers, we have public works, community development, and especially parks. I'm sure we have a lot of parks and recreation. But to our city manager, Rob, I want to thank you for being who you are. I think that you a very professional person, and the work that you have done in this past 2 years, I mean, it has been outstanding. But again, we need to see what you do. Sometimes community don't see it. You don't see it, but we do, day to day. And you're here every day. And I just want to thank you for that and for giving your staff the support that they needed. Because at one point there was a lot of animosity among the staff, and there was a lot of not trust. And I think that now you go to the departments and you talk to them, and we see the difference. So I want to thank you for that, and of course to our city attorney. Thank you again. Going on 23, and we keep going. So to my colleagues, thank you for the great support that you've been, that we all have different opinions, but I think at the end, we're here for the community. And I think that's the most important thing. The community put us here to do a job, and we're doing that job. Sometimes we might not like what we say, but you know what? We need to tough it out, and we need to move on. So, so with that, you all have a happy Thanksgiving. To all the community members on YouTube, here at the chamber, you guys have a happy Thanksgiving. Yes, Mr. Flores said, have a happy Thanksgiving, and you have a wonderful day. Please be with your families, love your families, because those who don't have a missing family member, we feel it. So, so with that, Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, good evening, Mayor, council members, Southgate residents, community that is still here. I want to give tell the organization that hosted the 1,000 turkey giveaway here in our beautiful city of Southgate. I want to give a huge amount, heartfelt gratitude to the YMCA, not only for funding it, but for organizing it here in Southgate. It was a very successful event with Assemblymember Solache. So it was nice to see the cars come in through and the families just being genuinely grateful for what they are receiving, for the turkeys, for the pies. And I definitely want to thank Assemblymember Solache for partnering up with the YMCA and with Southgate to be able to host this event in our city. I know he had several cities that he could have chosen, but they chose Southgate, specifically because it was in the center of the Southeast LA area. And we did have the pleasure of having other mayors from other cities join us as well. Thank you to the food bank who donated the boxes of produce. Again, Thanksgiving is in a couple of days. Definitely, Southgate community, enjoy this time with your family. We don't know what's coming down the pipeline in the next couple of months. Nobody knows when our last days are here on earth, but I can definitely tell you everything that is material stays here. We don't take it with us. All we take is the memories and the time that we spent with our loved ones. So I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. I also want to acknowledge our Southgate staff that was out there patrolling, guiding all of the cars into. Also want to thank all of the nonprofits that were out there that, like the mayor said, got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to be able to give a little bit of service and joy. I just have to share this. 2 of my transitional kindergarten students who are now at the middle school in Cesar Chavez were out there, which was really nice to see them doing community service. And again, it's about always giving back. It's not always about receiving, but giving back to those who are in need. So just want to wish everybody a nice Thanksgiving. Thank you, staff. I know it's been a long year. I know I ask a lot of questions, but do know it's not personal, it's not political. It comes from a genuine place of the heart in having the best interest for the residents, the community that actually has put us up here. So thank you. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, City Attorney, for always having our legal back. And to my colleagues, you know, I think at the end of the day, you're right. We can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, we have the community's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtado?
Okay, so
Hold on, one more thing. Family Day in the park.
Yeah.
Bad day. Not only was it raining, but I was blessed for another year. And so I'm like, not fair. We got to change the date. I've heard it was in October, so we definitely have to change it. Got it? Okay, thank you.
Change it back to October. I agree with you. Go ahead.
Okay, so in line with what my colleague said about not being personal. I did get a notification about an issue in Hollandale with lights being out. And as soon as I reached out to staff, they took care of it. That's the good part. The bad part is that, along with what Mr. Dominguez said earlier about having access, a concern was raised that the streetlights had been reported to staff via emails and that they never got a response back. So I don't know what caused it or who's supposed to respond, but we have to make every effort to respond back to residents, whether it's by email or phone conversation or whatever. And I did tell the resident that I would be bringing it up. And the reason I say that is because, again, I think what we have to do is this, right? When somebody brings up an issue, if we can fix it, in some cases, especially like the streetlights, it's not something that we can fix, right? Because the Southern California Edison are the ones who would have to fix it. We should at least tell them that much. So again, not looking backwards and saying, no, you know, bad boy or bad girl. Let's just say from now on, we want to address those concerns, whatever those may be. Okay? Get that one out of the way. Yeah, family day at the park. And again, I really like the way staff, you know, doesn't say, rained out, cancel, we're done. You quickly jump to resolve the issue, and it was a fantastic move. I talked to a lot of people that day, and they were very grateful that it wasn't canceled. The same thing with the turkey trot, and I get it. The idea was to expose people to the urban orchard. Well, let's not look at that as a failure, because most of the people that I talked to had not been to Industrial Park. And now they say, hey, this was great. You know, I love it. So even though there was not the exposure to the urban orchard that we wanted, they got to see Industrial Park and they were pleased. And some of them happened to drive by Circle Park and they saw that one too. And they were very happy to know that there's another park out there. Today I went to the urban orchard. I ran a couple of miles. And one of the things that I'm noticing now is that we're getting some actual visitors there. It's the feathered kind, which I was hoping we would get. So there were 6 ducks out there, and they looked, you know, like they were being comfortable. But again, and we're starting to see that kind of you know, exotic birds or whatever starting to come in. There's, Egrets, yeah, that's what they're called. They're starting to show up, which is great because I think that as people start going out there, they're going to start seeing that, and hopefully people start visiting that park. Yeah, there were a lot of giveaways, and as usual, it doesn't matter how much effort we put out there to give turkeys out. It's never going to be enough. It's never enough. So I am happy that there were some, a lot of organizations. Yeah, the Southgate JA did their part. It was not easy because, you know, again, a lot of these stores that buy a large number of turkeys, it's for their customers when they come in. But Walmart has been very good to us in making sure that we got our fair share. So I want to make sure that people know that sometimes our efforts put them out of the way, but they don't complain about it. They actually were very happy. And to the people that did not get one, I apologize for that. But again, the efforts were there to try to accommodate as many people. And again, I know Lena Gonzalez did that. I think there's a couple of other assembly members in the surrounding areas that were also bringing turkeys to their community. But again, it's never going to be enough. We're just touching a little small portion of it. And one thing that I did want to clear up is that somebody did tell me that if the city's having a financial crush, why are we giving away turkeys? And I had to remind them that the city did not give any turkeys out. These were donated by people from the organizations, the Southgate JAA. The board members put money together. Liz gave a very generous contribution to the JA for that. So again, thank you, Liz, for your contribution. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Just to remind you, there are vegetarian options up there. So for you that are, I know most people in Southgate are meatosauruses, and that's okay. I happen to be a plant eater, a vegetarian, and there are very good options out there. And I want to wish a happy belated birthday to Councilwoman Avalos. I don't know the date, but your birthday was a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? Oh, but we won't do the cha-cha-cha. And the other one, where did he go? Isn't Jose de la Paz's birthday is on Turkey Day?
I think give him a couple minutes, you'll find him back here for the.
Okay, so I will. So, but again, I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving. I know that some people have told me that they don't like the celebration because of the origins of it. And my message to them is I totally respect that and I get that. I'm not a fan either of what's happened to the Native American community, but it's still an opportunity to say thanks for the things that we have and being with family and stuff. So again, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And I mean no offense to anybody who doesn't support that. Happy birthday, Jose de la Paz from the city of Southgate. We want to wish you a happy birthday. Happy Turkey Day. I don't know, somehow, well, never mind.
Okay, Al, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have a few things. I want to start off by thanking the Cortez family that are here for the AYSO, because what they're doing is amazing at Hollandale Park. I mean, I was there, to have 150 or so young people participating, little ones to real preteens, it seems like and their families there. And it's all volunteer, and the parents, the excitement, the energy with the kids. I mean, this is a program that's put together, and the city's not contributing, nobody's contributing, and they're just decided to make this happen. It's amazing what people can do when they put themselves. And I want to recognize you both for the good work and mentoring, coaching our young people, and showing them how teamwork is important and working together. So thank you for the good effort there. And I'm sure the council is going to continue, the vice mayor and myself, others are here, going to continue to figure out a way to, find you a home, a place where you could practice and do the good things. And now that Tina is right here, I'm going to put it on you, that restroom needs a door, really. It's a security, safety issue. I think we should find a resolution there. I mean, I think it's important. There's a lot of people that are there at that park, and we need to take care of that. I mean, let's take care of that. I want to thank also, a lot of food. I couldn't go to the one with the assemblyman, but I had meetings at the college. But I know that Maclovio's restaurant out in Hollandale, was also giving. I want to thank Pablo for his contribution, and some of us that contributed to that effort. But also remind people to patronize our businesses when you can. I think a lot of them are really hurting. I've gone to a couple of them and I've seen them, they don't have the numbers they had. And so if you can, go ahead and visit some of our businesses, I think it would be helpful. I also thank one of our commissioners, our planning commissioners, Mr. Jimmy Ocieta, for, he's the senior vice president of advancement and development for the YMCA. So he had something to do with that event there today. So thank you for your leadership. And just want to also mention that Altamed, yesterday and I had participated with them. They had a food giveaway, and they were giving out vouchers too, $100 vouchers for everybody that participated, and mostly the patients, but also community. They opened it up to the community. It was a good event. So I thank everybody that's out there doing those kinds of things to help our community during these times. And I just want to say, just regarding our immigrant community, and that, I think that, that's what really hurts me, what's going on in our country right now. I am, I'm an American, but I feel that right now America is losing its way. And I'm saddened by that, how we treat the most vulnerable, those that have contributed to this country so much, some of our own family members, and to be treated like this and just total disregard for the due process and just treat them as individuals, humans with human dignity. And it's really frustrating me. And that we allow this. And I know that all our legislators in Congress are trying, but that's why elections are so important too. That we stand up and because that's it's terribly sad, this moment in time in our history. And I just want to agree with the mayor that we do disagree, but I think we generally we are a reflection of the community, right? We have our own opinions, our own views, and we see things a little different, and that's okay. That's what I think. That's what gives us value too, that we have a representative view of people, of how we feel about some of the issues before this council in this city. So I just want to echo that.
Yeah, and I apologize. I know I went into some extracurricular stuff, but AYSO, again, I know you guys do a lot of really good things. But at the same time that you had your event, we had the turkey trot, and a lot of times in the city, there's events, and the fact that like where we were at the turkey trot doesn't mean my colleagues didn't care for it. It's just that they were at other locations also. So again, that's going to happen. I do have something that was brought to my attention right now that Councilmember Rios mentioned, the issues going on. I'm going to be forwarding to you, Mr. City Manager, a LAUSD resolution that's been asked that we consider. And it is, I don't want to read the whole thing out, but it's basically addressing the issues that members of our community that go to schools are facing in terms of like the raids and that sort of thing. So I'll forward the wording to you, and maybe the city manager can review it as well and see what we can do in terms of a resolution. One thing I did caution Ms. Griego, Carla Griego, who's the school board member that represents the area, is that the only thing I always get concerned with things like this is that we could be giving people the false impression that simply because we have a resolution means it's safe. And, people who were staying cautious might say, oh no, there's a resolution, now I can go out, and then something bad could happen. So again, I'll forward that to you. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's been a very busy last few weeks. The Family Day in the Park, I do want to just echo what my colleagues have said. Very grateful to the PED and the staff for being able to pivot so quickly and bring it indoors. I think the families really appreciated having it indoors that day. Everybody was really happy to have the stage. I think the families were happy to perform, to have their kids perform on the stage. The nonprofits and all the schools that were there to fundraise. It was a fun event. Thank you again, Chief, and thank your staff for putting that together. Thanks to the park staff for pivoting that way. And thank you to every group that was there to support their nonprofit or their organization or their school for being there. Also that day, we had our Sela Kiwanis Day of Service. We had a last minute call for food boxes from the LA Community Service Group. They needed some boxes for that Monday food distribution. And our service group has been pretty active with them, and they called us on Friday asking if we were available to be able to do some food boxes for them Saturday. Send them an email out and our social media posts, and we were able to get 15 volunteers that day, and we were able to create 800 boxes that day to be able to distribute out. So thank you to all the members of the Sela Kiwanis that went out there. Especially thank you, of course, to my wife and my kids who went out there and supported me, because I couldn't be there that early in the morning because I was out doing other things around with Family Day in the Park and other events that day. But I'm very grateful for that group. we've been very active in supporting a lot of the families in the Cella community. So very grateful to be part of that. On November 20th, I had the pleasure of hosting the Southeast High School Political Club here at our chamber. We had a mock city council meeting with over 20 students. We created an agenda item for them. I wrote the agenda item myself. I wrote the whole day schedule for them. I had help with the tour from our staff in the city manager's office. So thank you, city manager, for allowing me to borrow some of your staff for a couple hours that day. I know it might have interrupted some of their work, so I appreciate them being able to make themselves available for that. I will say that it was very beneficial for the students. Thank you to Ms. Martinez for reaching out and asking if that was an available option for them to be able to come in and have that. I was very grateful for the students for being interested in learning about what our process is. I send them 2 weeks ahead of time reading material on the Brown Act, reading material on the Roberts Rule Law. I send them the agenda item a week ahead of time. Let them choose roles. I send them the arguments for the pros and the cons of all the agenda item. And when we got into here to the city council office or chamber, we acted out as if it was a normal council meeting. Every position was held by somebody. We had a public works director, we had a chief, we had everything. And in the agenda, we actually spoke regarding our streetlight issue and how we are $20-30 million deficit in repairing our streetlights. And I gave them 3 options to repairing that. Option number 1 was to continue to look for grant funding, which would take anywhere between 10 to 15 years to do, to be able to accumulate that kind of funding. Option number 2 was to do city cuts to programs, identify programs that we can cut and could probably fund that within 3 to 5 years if we cut enough programs. And then the option number 3 was introduce the utility users tax to the students and have them work through that process. And actually, I gave them information on the utility users tax. And they went through an hour-and-a-half process, and at the end of it, they couldn't come up to an agreement. It was very difficult. Southeast High School. Yeah, it was a great class. At the very end, I asked them, how would you, because I said I felt very bad that I didn't give them all the information. I said, what if I would have said, because we got the slide, what if I would have said that the average student would, or average family would have probably paid anywhere between $550 to $600 a year, which would be around $45 to $50 a month, less than a cup of coffee a day. How would you feel about utility users tax? They would talk amongst each other for another 10 to 15 minutes. At the end of the day, at the end of that 10 to 15 minutes, the student made a motion and it passed 5-0 to request to put it on the ballot. It was a study of have a conversation, introduce it to people, and I would hope that that was a conversation that they can go and have with their parents about introducing what a UUT is, because like we know today, a lot of people don't know what the UUT is because we've never had it here in our city. So I use that as a way to be able to introduce that. So I thought it was an interesting way to do it, but the students appreciated it, and the teacher was really engaging, and it was a good 2-week process of having that conversation. So very proud of that, and proud of the students, and was really grateful for them to come out. On Friday the 21st, the Cella Kiwanis, we had our installation banquet, which we call the Taste of Cella. So I really want to highlight, we had over 17 restaurants there, but I really want to highlight the Southgate restaurants that sponsored the event. And when I say sponsored, is they provided some food. The Cella Kiwanis received a lot of sponsorships, so we did pay for a lot of this food because we understand that a lot of our restaurants in our area are hurting right now. So we were very generous into making sure that we pay at least the cost of the food, or if they wanted to give us a reduced cost, we paid that. So I want to really thank Vera's Bakery out in the Hollandale area, Teriyaki Sushi House near Long Beach and Tweedy, Pupuseria Loomis here on Firestone, Pollo Dorado on Firestone, Brown Soul Brewery on Tweedy, and Buena Mesa in Southgate. So thank you guys for partnering with us and making that event really a great event. We were able to give out our scholarships for the students that participated in the Sela Kiwanis College and Career Fair. We gave out 5 college scholarships that day that were funded through the Jose Salache office and also the Janice Hahn office. They provided some scholarship funding or sponsorships to our college fairs that we then turned into scholarship funds for our students. So thankful for that, and thank you to the Southgate staff for allowing us to pivot. We had an issue with our hall that was supposed to host the event that night. We weren't able to do it there, and we had to transition it over to the Southgate auditorium. So thank you to our staff for making that easy transition. Then on Saturday, participating in the food distribution with the LA Community Service and all the local unions. We were able to distribute over 2,000 turkeys that day with all the local unions. Supervisor Hilda Solis was there showing her support. Union IBEW, the electrical union, SEIU 721, our local was there. A lot of our great unions were there, being able to distribute the turkeys out to the families. Labor Community Service and LA County Federation was also there to provide food boxes for the event. So really, really great to be able to do that. And then again, I want to really thank Jose Salache's office and the Maywood YMCA for their contribution today for the turkey giveaway here in the city of Southgate, giving 1,000 turkeys and turkeys, pies, and the food boxes to our residents and up here in our community. I know that it was a regional event. I was proud that it happened here in our city. My wife and daughter woke up at 6 o'clock, was there at the park helping out at 6:30 in the morning. I had to work, but they said they wanted to make sure that we were represented, so they showed up for me. So thank you to them for being there, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. One thing I will say is that in times of difficulty that we're seeing today, I am very proud of the way our community steps forward and steps up for each other, and I'm hopeful that we continue to do that. But happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go on to consent calendar. City Clerk.
Agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 are consent calendar items. Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on any of the items on consent?
Okay, 6, 9, and maybe 5. So the ripoffs keep on coming here in Shitgate. So, council members, I'm going to instruct you to vote no on 6 and 9, where you're going to give the directors here this pay without, this you're going to pay them for, for this absent time, this leave, you're going to pay with leave. So they get 40 hours of leave time that you're going to compensate them for. And, the city manager, he gets 80 hours worth of leave time, and you're going to pay him too. So, given the financial crisis that we're in, what contribution, what sacrifices are the city manager and these putos right here to the left and to the right of me, what sacrifices are these putos making to help out the residents during this financial crisis? Because
Mr. Dominguez,
what's that,
when
man?
you rephrase to the staff, please rephrase to staff. If you want to call council,
I'm sorry, it's a
whatever you
force of
wanna
habit,
call
Mayor.
this-
Sorry about
okay,
that.
Please,
Yeah, sorry, it's a force of habit. So sorry about that, Mayor. Yeah, you're quite right. Pardon me, all over the place. So I mean, you're paying the city manager. This man makes $25,133 a month. That's how much you're paying this rat bastard right here. You're paying him $25,133 a month. That comes out to a total of $306,000 a year. So on top of the thousands of dollars, and if you look at the item report for, forget which one is it? For the number 7, which has the salaries of all the various city hall, the positions. If you look at the salary that all these directors here make, they're in the thousands. The chiefs is somewhere in the 20s. I don't know because it's steps. It's in the 20s, and it's in the tens of thousands for these directors of yours. So I insist that you vote no on 6 and 9. And I know what the old monkey is going to say. He's going to say, well, this has already been prearranged. This was already pre-negotiated with the unions. Fuck the unions. The unions don't mean shit to me. Are the unions showing us any consideration during this financial crisis that we're in? You had a slew of meetings where you had these pack of beggars, city hall beggars, coming in here asking for pay increases for and to increase their compensation. Did their unions show us any consideration? What contribution are their unions making towards us in these financial times that we're in? So I'm going to insist that you vote no on 6 and 9. And regarding 5 with the gate, so my wish is to have racks on the gate. I'm risking my life trying to go over these treacherous bridges here that we have here in Shitgate. So if you could put some bike racks on our little blue bus, I'd appreciate it. That's all I have.
Next speaker, please.
Liz Ruiz, regarding number 4, CAC, reducing the number, I'm all for it. As a former member of the CAC, it was pretty annoying showing up, continuously to these meetings and then not having quorum. And I was there serving with Virginia Johnson, and she would show up, and she wasn't always in the best of health, and she managed to show up. So I think it just really needs to be focused on just the most dedicated folks. It's just a waste of people's time when people don't show up. Number 9, the contract with Rob Houston. I wanted to thank you because, it wasn't mentioned before that you are foregoing a wage increase. And I think that's the kind of sacrifice, people are asking about, and you are doing it out of, the kindness of your own heart. So thank you for acknowledging, our budget crisis. And for the rest of the staff, I feel like they are, a lot of the people that are here already sacrificing a lot of their potential, because they, we've seen a lot of people, and Gabe just mentioned somebody leaving for a better opportunity. And, a lot of people have done that in the past because we don't pay a lot. We don't, I don't think we appreciate our staff enough. As you can hear from the previous speaker, I don't think we appreciate our staff enough. And having worked in private sector, having worked in the public sector, there are pros and cons. And I think a lot of people here sacrifice and stay with the city because it is often a good environment. And at least, from what I've seen, they love working for the city. A lot of them, like you said, have lived here. So, I think that they're worth every penny and more. For number 14, the 710 ramp, God, why has that taken so long? I think everybody here has suffered through the traffic going through that damn bridge. And if there's anything to make that faster, it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Ozeta, Southgate resident. I'll make it quick. In regards to item number 6, I think sometimes it can be just like timing issue. I think just given the conversation we just had in regards to the state of the city, might be an opportunity to kind of go back and reconsider if this is the right time to make that adjustment to the so-called clerical error that developed. And the other item here, I think just to kind of piggyback on, maybe a little bit of a rebuttal, is that I think it is important. I think this is for John, is instead of assuming that people are leaving for compensation, maybe we need to get an exit survey to find out exactly why people are leaving. So is it because this is not a good workplace environment for them? So just assuming that people are leaving for additional compensation, I think might not be the true story here, just given that we have amazing benefits that we provide our staff. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, council?
Madams.
Go ahead,
Mayor, if I
Councilwoman.
may. I have a couple of questions in regards to several of these items. So the first one, I'm going to do the easy ones, and then I'm going to go into the more complex. So item number 10 and item 17, both of those have to do with the Henry C. Gonzalez Auditorium as well as City Hall. Can you explain to me, Arturo, what's the difference in both of these as we are addressing the roof on both? One that is looking at a $1.3 million impact and the other one at 162,000. So are they not the same or are they different?
Yes, so it's item number 10, and what was the other item? I apologize.
17.
17.
Mhm.
Yeah, so these are not the same. The reason there's looks like a little confusion is that we awarded design services to the same consultant for both projects, and we're making changes on number 10. What we're doing is we're awarding a design services amendment to the consultant in order to change the design approach to replacing or to repairing the roof here at City Hall. At City Hall, we have a roof repair project. We completed design, we went out to bid, and in the process, we learned that it was not feasible to find matching tiles. And then the cost to attempt to match them was almost the same or very similar and comparable to just a full replacement of the roof. So what we're doing on number 10, we're awarding that designer a amendment to redesign the roof here at City Hall, not at the auditorium. Number 17 is a award. Let me see here. Yeah, number 17 is awarding a construction contract to a contractor that's actually going to do the construction work on the auditorium itself. So these are two separate projects. One is design related and the other is actual construction work.
Well, item number 10 indicates the City Hall and for Henry C. Gonzalez Municipal Auditorium.
It's just the name of the design services contract.
Okay,
But I
we're
can
not-
guarantee you that item number 10 has nothing to do with services on the auditorium itself. It's services here on the City Hall. If you look at the design services amendment, it has a proposal, and that proposal clearly outlines the services that are going to be provided for that 16,500. I'd also like to call your attention to the fiscal impact on number 10. If you look at the fiscal impact, you will see down at the bottom that the agreement is for both projects. So you see the City Hall roof project
Mhm.
and you see the Henry Gonzalez Auditorium project because that designer designed both projects.
Okay.
So number 10 is strictly, if you look at amendment number 2, we're adding 16,500 as a service to the City Hall roof project, but it's got a not applicable to the Henry Gonzalez Auditorium roof project.
Okay, well, that's not what A says. Approving amendment number 2 to contract with Black Down and Associates to fund preparation of design and construction documents for I, City Hall roof repairs project, and 2 double I's, the Henry Gonzalez Municipal Roof Project.
That is correct because again, they were both designed under one contract.
Okay.
So if you look
So
at
it is, So this is just for the design itself?
This is just for the
Just to-
design, and
to
we're
change
just
the design?
that's correct. And if you see at the very end, there's only one city project number. So that's the consolidation of the two, and we did that. It creates a little administrative confusion.
Yes.
But when you go down that approach, it's actually streamlined. It streamlines the design. It saves money, and it, in this particular environment, it's the route we want to go. So I apologize for the confusion, but this item number 10 is simply for design services for the city hall.
Okay, just for clarification, in the report that was uploaded on the city's website, page 7, it says extra fee. It says Irvine Civic Center Clock Tower Rehabilitation.
Yes.
I brought that to the attention of the city manager, and we were provided with the corrected Southgate City Hall.
That is correct. This is just a typo on the title. The
Okay.
entire attachment is exactly the same as the replacement attachment that you received today. However, that has the correct title on it, but it was a typo.
Okay, and the other ones, item number 13 and 16. Again, we're talking about the HVAC for the police department. One which indicates a fiscal impact of $1.2 million to the general fund, and the other one which indicates 40,000 to the general fund for 25-26. Enlighten me.
What's your question? My apologies.
13 and 16?
Right. So 13
you
and
clarify?
16, your question is, what are those two?
Yes.
Okay. So item number 13, well, let me just for background, we've been making improvements at the police department. Their HVAC system has been a consolidation of more than one system. And over the last year or so, we've been making repairs in phases. This is the latest phase, and what we're doing with the project as a whole, we're replacing the HVAC system, we're upgrading the HVAC system in the jail area. So item number 14 is item number 13 is a design services amendment to the design consultant. They completed the design during construction. The design consultant has to remain involved on the project. As their support services, they need to ensure that they help us ensure that the project is constructed in accordance with the design documents. There's also processes during construction where information and questions get submitted that the designer is required to respond to. So item number 13 gives that designer budget to remain involved. And item number 16 is the similar to the auditorium. Item number 16 is awarding the construction contract to Athena Engineering. It's Athena Engineering, but they're a construction contractor. We're awarding them the contract to actually construct the project. So they're both part of the same project. It's just a different service. One is design support services, and the other is construction services.
So how much is it going to be impacting the general fund? Is it 1.2 million?
No.
Because
So-
the amounts that I'm seeing in the recommendations are different.
Yeah,
The
if you
fiscal
go to page 2 of number 16, it gives you a summary breakdown of the budget. I'm very pleased to report that we changed our approach to how we repair or upgrade HVAC systems, and in the process, what was going to cost us over $7 million for one phase, combine all the phases are going to be under $3 million. And so if you look at the fiscal impact, we had budgeted $1.2 million for the jail area. So far, the total, we're under budget by $413,000. So we're not going to spend the 1.2 million. Plus, being under that budget, we also have a construction contingency of 200,000, which is a little on the high side. It doesn't mean we're going to spend that money. It just means the money is available should anything occur. But the impact to the general fund is not fully known until the project is completed, but we're very well under budget on that project.
Thank you. Item number 6. So looking at this item, it says that this is a cash out for 40 hours in addition to vacation leave to cash out, which was already approved. So how much of this admin leave cash out is it going to cost the city if one or all department heads were to cash out their 40 hours? Do we know?
No, but I can tell you that every single one of our employees that are part of any one of the bargaining units have the ability to cash out a certain amount of accrued leave. Now, it should be noted that this isn't an additional 40 hours that anybody is getting. What this is that the employees already have accrued leave by being here, that they accrue a certain amount of vacation or sick leave, and in this case, administrative leave, and that bank begins to build. And so what this option is it permits employees on one time per year to make a request, and this one it's by December 15th, to cash out 40 hours of time they have already earned, and to cash that out at their present value, at their present earnings dollar. So otherwise, if we had them hold on to it until they left the city, what is earned today, let's say, I'm gonna give a low hypothetical, $10 an hour. If when they leave the city, they're making $25 an hour, we're cashing that out at $25 an hour. So what this does is it allows employees to maintain and balance their leave accounts. And it actually helps the city because what we cash out is cash out at present dollars. Now, all this is doing in this particular provision, there's no unions involved there because it's executive level. All this is doing is it is simply removing a date. And that date that was inadvertently put in there was that it limited the ability for certain anybody hired after, I think it was December 31st, 2023, if my date is correct. It just removes that date. And what that does, that only impacts any new directors that have been hired, not older directors. And it was never the intent of the city to have that as a limiting factor, because again, there's no gift here. It is simply the ability to cash out at the present dollar values.
So if I'm not mistaken, when Chris Jeffers was here, and the reason we put December 31st, 2023, was specifically seeing where we are at today, the fiscal deficit that we have in the city right now, that any new employee would not be able to cash it out until they decided to retire or leave. So in the report, it says that there's no fiscal impact. So how is that even possible? Is there an amount? According to here, it says that it says related here too, were contemplated and approved in the fiscal year 25-26 budget. So what was contemplated and what was approved?
So for
How much
clarification,
of that was approved?
yeah. So for clarification, the intent was never to have that date. I know what you're referencing with
Yes.
when City Manager Chris Jeffers was
Mhm.
here. He did put a date. It was actually, I believe it was July 1st, 2022. And what he did in those contracts is we had the ability for employees prior to that date. It was for sick leave accruals. And what that was it was permitting employees who had been here for a certain period of time. I think it was a 10-year marker, 15-year, and a 20-year.
Yes.
That if they were here for that period of time, that they could cash out sick leave, which is something that other cities and nobody ever does, is cash out sick leave. But it was a benefit that we have here. So what Chris Jeffers did is said, moving forward from July 1st, 2022, I believe was the date, that any new employees hired after that date no longer will ever have the ability to cash out sick leave. Instead, the only thing that employees can do with their sick leave when they retire with CalPERS is that part of our CalPERS contract allows them to convert that into a little bit of CalPERS time, a credit, but they don't get to cash that out. There was once upon a time for employees hired a long time ago that they could get up to 75% to 100% of a bank that was 1,500 hours and cash that out. That's what Chris Jeffers had done as city manager back in July of 2022. For the administrative leave, none of our other bargaining units, nothing else has this limitation on that cash out provision. So that's the when I say it was contemplated, there was nothing that was part of the intent whatsoever to have this sort of limiting date. I'm not even sure how that date was inserted in there.
So what is the fiscal impact?
Well,
If all of the department heads were to cash out?
So if, first of all,
Now,
if we
was
do,
that
if we
even
take no
budgeted in
action
the
for department
25-26
heads,
budget?
sorry?
Was that even budgeted in the 25-26? Because again, we're doing it in December when we've already approved the budget. So now our budget is going to be more at a deficit?
No, Councilwoman. So a couple of things. One, when leave is accrued, it becomes a liability. So it's money already owed. So it's already on the books. So whether we cash it out today or tomorrow, it's still an obligation that the city has because this is earned time. This is budgeted as part of our personnel costs. In terms of actual costs, I can run some reports and give you that. I don't have that now. But yeah, that's all I have.
I think another important point, it's a discretionary benefit on behalf of the employee. So it's impossible to actually budget to look into the future as to what, if each employee is going to take and exercise this option, because it's up to, in this case, 40 hours. But not every employee exercises this option. So if council would do nothing on this item tonight, for the directors here still have this benefit. It just simply corrects for the new hires to make sure that they have the same benefit, which was the intent. I can't guarantee that that in this particular case, that the two new directors are going to exercise this, but I can also say I can't guarantee that any of the other four directors aren't going to exercise it. So it really is probably budgeted on an estimation on an annual basis because there's that discretionary aspect to the employee.
So what's the amount? What would be the fiscal impact if all of the directors took the 40 hours?
So this is an example of like leave that is beyond the directors. So anybody who receives admin leave, which includes our deputy directors, many of our middle management, they get this for those that aren't in city business. If you're, say, an hourly employee, you get given overtime. But once you reach a certain level in the organization, you're management. So you're on call 24/7. You have to come to meetings like this. You might have come in at 7 a.m. You go home at 6 p.m. However, today it's 10:45. Clock's still ticking. Hourly employees would be getting overtime from 6 till whatever time we end. Management gets nothing. So in trade for that, and this is standard across all cities, not Southgate, you receive some compensation in the form of administrative leave in lieu of overtime. So this isn't just a special thing for directors. This is everyone. This is other cities as well. So that is earned each paycheck. And as mentioned, creates a balance that's earned, just like vacation leave, just like sick leave. And it becomes an obligation on our accounting books that it's owed to the employee. So this is a normal process that happens at every other city where there's a portion that is allowed to be cashed out and may be cashed out. We have historical records that go back and give averages across all the employees, and we have an average. And we could look that up, but we budget on that average, that it's roughly that. Just like our overtime, we can't guarantee today police overtime next week to the dollar, but we have years of averages, and we use those averages for our forecast. We monitor it regularly, and we make adjustments if needed. On an $80 million budget, having a couple extra people cash out 40 hours of their salary or not, it's an inconsequential thing that we cover through an averaged forecast, and that's common practice at all cities that I know of.
So I'm just left with the question, why should we take any amount of monies and approve an additional cash out to our highest wage earners in the city, when I know for a fact that money could be utilized in other areas that the community definitely needs? So just so that I'm clear, they get sick pay and they can cash out the sick pay up to a certain amount. Am I correct?
they can't cash out or they can't take with them the sick leave, the new directors. The admin leave is the same type of liability as vacation. So that means that if the employee leaves, we are obligated to pay them out by law on that. So it's a
How many
liability that's
hours?
the, I'm sorry,
How many hours are we obligated to pay?
whatever they have in their accrued bank,
Okay,
it's owed to
so
them.
what's the standard?
It varies depending on the tenure of the employee, the use that
Mhm.
they have.
Okay.
We've had some employees that will separate with very few hours because they're the earn and burner. And we've had some employees that will separate with, we have caps now on some of these, but there was a time we didn't have caps and they were retiring with 1,200, 1,500 hours. And so we have caps in place to help manage this as well. But the other way that we manage this is because we have these liabilities, we're obligated to pay these upon separation, that what we're doing is we're offering this benefit so that we're selling it, we're cashing it out at a lower rate than if we just waited till the end of that person's time with the city and we stay separated. It'd be worth more.
So is this standard practice or are these like fringe benefits or perks that we give the directors?
Every city I've worked in, this is standard practice.
Mhm.
And if you look across all of our employee agreements where they have administrative leave, PMA, PMMA, the division managers and the resolution for executives, it's also contained in there as well. So this is standard industry practice.
Okay. So, and the last one that I have is item number 9, which is our city manager. So in this new agreement, we're going to be giving you the ability of 80 vacation hours and 80 admin hours. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
So, as was mentioned, the cash out amount that's from a balance that I'm accruing.
Mhm.
And I'm just asking for the ability to cash out a higher amount, but it's not at 80. It doesn't refer to additional hours. It would either be paid out to me later or sooner. And that's the request. It's parallels the 40. It's just asking for a higher number as part of this process.
Okay, so part of it is cashing out 80 hours of vacation, 80 hours of administrative time. Luis, does 23,000 more or less equate to 160 hours of what we'll be paying out, cash out to the city manager?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
So I can probably
Yeah.
answer that. So first of all, it provides the ability to, even the 40 hours, people choose not to.
Mhm.
People choose to do 4 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours. I could choose, in this example, 80
Mhm.
times 2 or not. It will be in my account. So for instance, last position, any of us might have been at a different city. We have a balance of say 200 admin hours. At the time of separation, you get the cash then. And it may be at a higher rate than you had earlier, but it sits there. It doesn't go away. It's owed to you. Or some people will then cash out those hours and take cash versus get it later, but it's the same amount at one sooner or later. So,
Okay.
and again, that's the same conversation about the 40 hours.
So the other one had to do with deferred compensation. Do you participate in the plan? Or no? I don't know. In deferred compensation, in this section?
Yeah, it's the same agreement that Chris Jeffers had during his time at the city. It was carried forward, and there's no change to that language.
Okay, because the way that this reads, and you correct me if I'm wrong, there are 3 different deferred compensation programs. There's a regular 457, there's a catch-up, and there's an excluding special 457. Is that correct? Or Luis or John?
So there's the standard that anybody can participate in. Forget that it's 23,000. It changes every year.
Mhm.
I think or 23,500, but that's the standard. And then when you hit the age of 50, then you can do what's called the catch up, and that adds another 6,500. So it's about $32,000 a year, something like that is what the maximum amount. The special that you're talking about is usually declared about I believe you have to be over the age of 60, and you declare it at the very end of your career, and it allows you to contribute like a lot more. And some places may have agreements where you can dump a lot of like sick leave into it. It's really like it's a tax shelter at the end of your career that allows you that extra that space. City manager's agreement doesn't have that provision in it. It just has the provision that anybody over the age of 50 can use, and that is you get the general plus the catch-up is the maximum that the IRS will allow you to contribute on a deferred income basis. Yeah.
Okay. So how much is the city paying into this plan?
It would be the, I don't have the exact amounts right now, but I believe it's 32,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't remember the
No,
IRS
it's
limits
okay.
right now.
I'm just asking the questions. Okay, thank you. And the last one is item number 9, I believe. No, not 9. 19 has to do with the carnival. So is this something that it's imperative for us to do now and decide now?
The 4th of July fireworks are, there's one or maybe two companies in Southern California that do them now. It's gotten smaller and smaller. So there's a very limited amount of 4th of July slots that these companies have. They want everybody who's on the list historically to sign up before Christmas, or they kick you off. And when you're off, they have a list of, I'm sure, 30 or 40 cities. If you've ever been to a city that has a July 3rd fireworks, it's because they can't get on the 4th list. So they bump you, they'll put somebody else in, and if you wait till January or any time later, you're off. We've been told they won't let you back on if you change your mind. So the decision needs to be made now for the coming 4th of July, one way or the other.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Hurtado?
Yes, I spoke to you on Monday, and I told you how item 13 and 16 kind of sort of, so I'm glad my colleague asked the question here as well. Mr. Dominguez talked about the bike rags. I actually have that on my list because it has been brought up before. I did speak to a representative of the company, and he mentioned that the way the buses are, it's hard to put a bike rack on, but he didn't say it was impossible. He did say that it was not impossible. So can we still look at that? Because there's some people who do look at, they travel and they use the bus, the local bus route, but they have a bike and they would like to put it on there and use it to continue. So again, I don't know if they can talk to them about it.
It can be looked at. We also have a aging fleet, and we're looking at grant funding to try to get replacements, which I think the modern buses likely have that ability that we could order them with. But certainly, I think Tina can now get to that opportunity to look into the feasibility and the cost of that kind of addition on retrofitting these older buses.
Yeah, item number 7, just a comment on that one. Again, I know that the fiscal impact is not something we brought on. It's not major this time, but it's the minimum wage going up that's mandated by the state of California. Item 17, the roof. I don't know when this was, Art Cervantes, but if I remember correctly, this item came before, I believe, the CAC, and they had funded money for the roof some years back. Is that?
I do not remember a roofing project going to the CIC. I do remember the courthouse project went to the CIC, but not a roofing project for this auditorium.
Okay, well, I made the connection.
Yes, I believe it was for 400,000 of CAC of community block grant funding that was allocated back in the 2020, 2021, and it was just set aside specifically for the roof. That I do remember.
Of the auditorium,
yes.
right?
Yes, for
Yes.
the
so
auditorium.
that could have happened. I don't recall. I was not involved in that request at that time, but this project is not being funded with that because
Can we
since
still
then,
look
city.
into that? I'm not gonna,
Yeah.
I'm sure you know, but I do remember something being brought up about the roofing project. And because the reason I also bring it up is because I remember that there was some slight damage to the floor after a rain, and the floor
Raised it
lifted.
up.
The new floor had lifted to some degree. And it's close to where the door is going into the kitchen area. And I remember asking, how did this happen? And I was told the roof was leaking. I said, wait, wasn't that just repaired through CAC funding?
No.
And they said, yeah, so we'll have to take a look at it. So again, I could be wrong. I think I was.
I'll take a look at that. I'll look
was
at that.
wrong once,
I'll
am
look
I
at that
right?
history. This particular project is grant funded, so we don't have to use CDBG. So, but I'll take a look at what that programming and what happened to that those funds.
Yeah, because if work was done, my recollection is that I raised the point, hey, how come the floor was lifted? Oh, it's because it rained. Well, wait a minute. But then they do the roof and they said, yeah, but it's still leaking. I said, well, wait, isn't that still under some sort of warranty of
Yeah,
some sort?
council member, I do remember that incident where the roof leaked and it caused impacted the floor, and the floor kind of because it had water. It's a wooden floor, right? So it kind of grew or expanded or what have you. At that time, we had not re-roofed the building. What we've been doing over the years there is just patching the building over and over. So is it possible that you got an answer from staff that confused the question? Yes, but we have not re-roofed the auditorium
Okay.
in recent years.
You would know. I trust
For
you.
sure. I know
Yeah.
that for sure. We've not done that, and Steve waited patiently.
Yeah.
And
But
so
can-
we're finally here.
Got it. But can we still look at that? Because I could
Absolutely.
have sworn that there was something that was approved back in 2020 or so. You remember that too? You know, and I can tell you, we don't all have the same dream all the time. And here we go.
I will look into that.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Just to comment on one of the questions that my colleague raised, I can tell you that the U.S. Postal Service, where I worked for over 30 some odd years, also had a cash out provision at the end of the year where employees can cash out up to 80 hours. And me personally, I chose to accumulate it, at least the sick leave, because I was able to use that as an additional year added to my retirement. And so different companies have different ways of doing it, but cashing out was an option for employees. So I'm kind of sort of familiar with that. And I know that a lot of institutions, a lot of businesses do that kind of thing. So, okay. And I will be recusing myself from item 14 because of the on-ramp to the 710 kind of sort of stretches down and it kind of puts me within 500 feet potentially. And finally, I'm still not going to support item number 4. I'm not, and again, I'll have respect for my colleagues that they choose to move forward on that, but I still would like to keep it at least 3 members of the CAC. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, item number 5, the transit metro, the gate, and I'm not going to vote on this. I'm going to, because, I'm requesting that, and I did talk to the city manager about, since the college is to be opening sometime the fall of next year, that's the plan. And we don't have a stop there for the gate. And if we could at least anticipate, if it does start on the fall semester next year, that if we could at least have the shuttle stop there, I think it would be a good addition to, I know it stops south on Santa Fe,
Santa Fe.
but I think if we could find, it's close to the campus, I think it would be good. It would be good for the students and everybody else, community, a stop, because that is going to be a destination. And I just want to make that. And then That's all. I think Avalos clarified a lot of the points I wanted to get clarity.
Okay,
So.
Tina, go ahead.
Oh, no, just, we have discussed that already about the possibility of including that as a future stopping place for the route, the gate bus. So we'll be looking into that next around April, around that time, so that we can make sure that we do all the things possible to make sure that we can have it as an option potentially if the campus is ready to open up in the fall, that was ready to go.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank my colleague for bringing up the questions regarding the payouts on the leave, right? Because I think it's important to highlight that regardless of what the decision we make today, these are liabilities that the city is going to owe to these employees at any time, rather now if they decide to cash it out, or at the time when they leave the city, right? So regardless of when that happens, it's still going to be an expense to the community, still going to be an expense to the city, but it is an accrued time that they earn based on their years of service to your community, to our community, right? So it's something that that is earned based on their service that they provide to us. So I would say that I think that we need to understand that what we're providing the employee is the ability to be able to cash those out at a sooner time. And it could be for many reasons, right? As an employee where I currently work, I can, if I choose to, not take vacation and cash out my vacation hours if I want to, or take part of my vacation. I have 40 hours of vacation a year. Maybe I want to take 2 weeks and use, or sorry, 4 weeks of vacation a year. And if I want to take two weeks of vacation and cash out the last 2 weeks, right? Maybe I want Christmas. There's many reasons why people would like to do it. But what it allows us to be able to do is be able to cash out the current rate, save some money, and be able to not have to cash out at a later rate, because we've seen in recent time what that could look like with some of our employees that have cashed out some recent PTO, right? So we want to make sure that we can kind of keep track of that, and it allows us to kind of keep track of that more currently for some of our employees. So I appreciate that, and thanks for the questions. And I think we should be able to do a better job of explaining that in these agenda items to kind of highlight those for our residents that maybe want to be able to understand that, and maybe can read through it and really see, okay, this is what this is about. Because if our councilwoman had those questions, I'm pretty sure that our residents are having the same ones. Regarding the roof, I will say there's one thing that I don't like doing is when we walk through our hallway and we see buckets all over the place, buckets in our city attorney's office, buckets in our mayor's office. I'm not appreciative of that, right? And one thing I think if we're all lucky enough to own a home or own our home, we all know that a small leak, if we don't take care of it, turns into a really big problem eventually. If we can try to continue to patch it, we can try to continue just to do our best and just put some tar over it, or put some shingle on top of it and put a tarp on it as long as we can. But one day the entire roof is going to cave in, and then it's going to be a really big problem that the taxpayer is really going to have to pay for. And that's what we're trying to avoid. And I'm hopeful that we can see that, and that we can, really have those discussions where we're trying to be proactive in our approaches. When, we're not trying to spend money inappropriately, or, in a way where we're just haphazard, with our approach and the way we're spending money, but when we have buckets in our hallways and buckets in office, I think we're showing there's a problem, guys. So let's take a proactive approach. Let's make sure we address the issues that we're having in our city before it becomes a bill that is going to be really, really high, and we're not going to have a choice but to do it, because we're not going to have a place for residents to come in and make their bill payment. We're going to have a table outside with a laptop and say, you're going to have to make your water payment outside because the water department is unsafe for you to walk in to make a payment. I don't want that happening. So I appreciate that we're taking care of this, and I think that we need to approach it in that manner. Regarding the fireworks, I understand that there's a concern regarding the optics on this, but I think we really need to touch on, if you can, City Manager, regarding the festival and how that's going to offset the cost on the fireworks show, and how this may, depending on how the outcome of the UUT may be our last fireworks show on 4th of July, but at least it gives us the opportunity to cover the cost for this year. And it's going to be almost a wash for this upcoming year. If you can just touch on that a little bit.
Certainly. We are spending a lot of time trying to be frugal and figuring out where we can, cut costs. And so this is an example where there was direction that we got general guidance that the Azalea Festival might be a festival that we would do without to save some money. But in re-looking at it, we think a revised, revamped, perhaps spring version of a car show plus a carnival could be an event that, without costing the city extra money as a cost, might generate about $15,000 in revenue. A carnival can actually generate money back to the city. And if the car show promoter says he can run the car show without a net cost to the city, we believe that's a revenue source that could be directed to help offset the 4th of July fireworks. And then the carnival that's already part of the 4th of July generates about $15,000 in revenue. We add those two together, we have a cost of fireworks about $31,000. Is that right, Tina? And then about $3,000 to $4,000 in all the extra costs that go with that, about $35,000. So we're just shy of covering the fireworks for this coming year. And it would, because our budget runs till the end of June, we're talking 4 days later, where it's sort of is it close enough to just see if we can bridge this? And if there is a decision to go to the community in, say, in June and decide what our future holds, that would be part of, say, a budget cut versus a keep. The community, as they direct us overall of which side they want to go in, then we'd have direction for future fireworks or future events. But if we hold off on that decision till any later than now, then we will lose the fireworks whether we get funded or not.
Can you just remind everybody why that particular 4th of July?
Oh, yes. We have just recently celebrated the Marines' 250th anniversary, and we now have our nation coming up next year on July 4th for our 250th birthday. And we're looking a little tired and a little gray maybe as a nation, but I think we're still pretty peppy for 250 years.
Right.
But to celebrate it, it might be something we get a crowd for.
Thank you. And then last, number 18, I will say that, I'm happy that we're looking into this. It is our, we're looking into identifying if there's a possibility of us saving some money if we were doing our own street sweeping and tree trimming services in-house, and how that would work out long-term instead of contracting out. So I am appreciative that we're doing that, because it does two things. It creates jobs internally, and if we can save money in the same time while doing that long-term, I think it's a win-win all the way around. I know we did in the past, and we had an issue with aging infrastructure, aging machines, and we just didn't have the resources to maintain them long-term. So whatever decision we make, I want to make sure that we're proactive in that approach, that we're identifying that we have some kind of fleet maintenance program in place, that we take that into consideration when we're making this decision, so that it's long-term. It's something that we can sustain long-term, that it's not short-minded and short-sighted, that it's a quick fix. But I appreciate it that we're at least considering that a possibility.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think tonight has probably been one of the toughest nights that this council has had. Earlier today, we had the presentation on the UUT, and we're asking the community, to pay more money. to cover some of the costs so that the city can continue to run. Then here we're being asked, to approve cash out benefits to the highest earners here in the city at a time that we are talking about deficits and program cuts. In good conscience, I don't believe that, the financial position that we are in as of today would allow me to approve certain items on this agenda. So if I can make a motion to approve items.
Well, I'm going to go ahead
Go
and
ahead.
make the motion to approve the items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to abstain on 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. If I can get a second, if
Madam Mayor, it's not abstain in this case, right? It's recused in this case.
recuse. Okay, I'm recusing myself on item 11 because I live right next to Tweedy Boulevard. There we go.
And I will second, except I'm going to be a no on item 4, and I'm going to recuse myself from item 14.
Okay. Call the vote.
And
Councilmember Avalos?
I am voting yes on items 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 20, and no on 6, 9, and 19.
Councilmember Hurtado?
So yes, but I will be saying no. I still think we should keep, I would have loved 4, but I still think we should keep 3. And 14, I'm going to recuse myself because the 710 will probably be within 500 feet from where I live.
Thank you. Councilman Rios?
yeah, I'm going to vote no on 4. Again, agree with 3 advisory members instead of 2. Recuse myself from 5. Abstain from 19. Everything else is yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barron?
abstaining on
Abstain on
He
19.
said, it's a no on 19, he said. Right?
No,
What-
I
what
said
is it?
Abstain.
I'm abstaining from voting.
I have a no on number 4, recuse on number 5, and abstain on number 19.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Barron.
Yes, I'll go ahead and vote yes on all, except I'm going to recuse myself on item number 15 because of the project associated with this item is close to my residence.
Thank you, Mayor Davila.
Yes on all of them except I'm recusing myself from number 11.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good? All right. Then we'll move on to,
Real quick, just for clarification, Mr. City Attorney, when we recuse ourselves, are we required to give a reason or it's okay not to? Because I know we've always done it and.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurtado. It is customary to give a reason as to why you are recusing yourself for the
not required.
record. It's customary and required. It's what's not required is on the consent calendar that you leave the chamber, but you should put in the record the reason why, either work for the employer or you live close or things of that sort.
Oh, okay.
I
Madam,
did say what?
Earlier, but you didn't during the vote. That's what I'm saying, during the vote.
So you want to repeat it?
Yes, the reason why I'm recusing myself on item 11 is because I live close on Tweedy.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah, and the reason why I'm recusing myself from item 5 is because I'm employed with the college.
Oh,
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember.
thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item 21.
The City Council will consider ratifying the appointment by Councilmember Maria de Pilar Avalos of Eric Trujillo to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe Mr. Trujillo submitted something. He came before council in the last council meeting. He does have a finance background, which I think is really good. I know he sat down with Mr. Houston a week ago and went over the budget. So I'm really looking forward to collaborating with him and having him bring some of that financial insight to look at our budget and see how we can move the city forward. But I also wanted to propose, just like we have these commissions for planning, Parks and Rec, maybe we can have a commission that looks at our budget on a quarterly basis and gives council some guidance or some input. I know other cities do have that, so hopefully that's something that we can bring onto this council under someone else's leadership, Madam Mayor, pardon me, since next meeting is your last one. Just food for thought.
Yeah.
So, Madam City Clerk, I believe he sent in an email.
Yes, it reads, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council, thank you for the honor of this appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Please accept my sincere apologies for not being present tonight to thank you in person as I'm currently away to a prior travel commitment. As a proud resident of Southgate, I am deeply invested in the community. My family and I are frequent users of our local parks and facilities, whether attending concerts at the parks, swimming with my son at the annual Patty's Pumpkin Plunge, taking a round of golf during my lunch breaks, or using parks to coach our AYSO team. I see firsthand how vital these services are to our quality of life. I am eager to join the commission to help preserve our green spaces and ensure that these valuable services continue to thrive in our neighborhoods. My goal is to help preserve these vital assets to the next generation and ensure our programs remain accessible and engaging for everyone. I look forward to working collaboratively with the commission and with the council to serve our city. Thank you again for the trust and this opportunity. Sincerely, Eric Trujillo.
I'm going to second her motion. I was really impressed with him. I did get a chance to speak to him during the council meeting that he attended, and I read his application. I think that's an excellent choice. So I'll second her motion.
Okay. But before that, let me open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience?
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Avalos for coming to her senses and seeing the light and not appointing some low-life scumbag asshole running amok on social media onto our commissions here. Thank you, Councilmember Avalos. And to your point, Old Monkey, after hearing Ms. Glaze read Mr. Trujillo's email, he sounds like he's got his act together. This sounds like someone's worthwhile and worthy to serve on our commission. So thank you, Councilmember Avalos, for appointing this Mr. Trujillo guy. And, I would have been perfectly content with you just leaving the position vacant. I mean, it's not necessary, for me, it's not necessary to have the whole commission filled out. I mean, if we have one vacancy, I'm fine with that. But thank you for appointing Mr. Trujillo. And the thing I want to say to the city manager, thank you, sir, because now I know what a clown in a suit looks like. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, so given the last vote for item number 4, City Attorney and Rob Houston, should we notify our CAC commissioners? Because I think I have 3 on mine, that it will now be 2 so that we can make those changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to submit them, right? To
Yes.
the city clerk.
So just want to check.
Yeah, that would be the case. It would be at your discretion how to handle that individually.
Do we have to bring it back to the next council who it's going to be on there, or is it just?
We could provide an updated roster when that's available. I
I
believe
think
the-
that's right. We just provide the updated. I do think that it would be appropriate just to thank them for their service.
Yes.
So if you wanted to bring them, put that back in the agenda, you could do that. Respect their time and commitment,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Yes.
And on timing, I don't believe the group's meeting again till the new year. So, it's important probably to do it, but we wouldn't have an item to bring back until the January, February
I
timeline,
was
but
gonna say, could we bring it back the second week of January?
The
That'll
we
second
could
give us
aim
week.
for that if
to talk to
everyone's
them, yes.
contacted them. Yep.
Mr. City Attorney, just for clarification, because I know that on our, in our books, it indicates how we remove a person. I know that this is going to be by default because we changed the number from 4 to 2. Is it just, can we just make a choice from the 4 that, because I have 4.
So you're gonna have to reduce them down to 2.
I get that, but is it just my decision or do my colleagues chime in? Because I know typically when we remove someone, our municipal code requires that we remove them here.
I think what my advice to that is, it would be great if we could request for them to voluntarily resign so that no formal action.
I'm
would
trying
be
that, by the way.
required
Yeah.
To do that. And then once we figure that out, we can, I think, come up with the best approach, council member.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not violating our municipal
No,
code just by a
I don't think
change
we
of
would,
policy.
that's not the goal here at all, but we would address it once we get a handle on which direction people want to go to.
We're revising it.
All right.
Tonight's action.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go on to item 22, warrants.
City Council will consider A, approving the warrant register for November 25th, 2025. Grand total is $2,800,058.59. Cancellations are 109,244, 109,165, 109,113, 109,822, 109,797, 109,770, 109,821, and 108,746. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience that would like to speak on the warrant register.
Okay, so the thing I want to say about these warrants here, the warrants are the city's bills for the previous 2 weeks that have to be paid. And, the thing, how are we supposed to trust our council members with money? I mean, really, you've done such a miserable job of managing our city, and you let our business community go to rot with your years long, all these years of neglect. And I want to ask, and this to the Mayor Davila and Councilmember Hurtado, you guys have done a tremendous job for our city. You guys have given so much for our city. I urge you to, at the next city council meeting, to step down from your positions as council members and let the 3 remaining council members fill and appoint someone to your position. This is a tremendous opportunity for you to retire with grace, retire with dignity. We saw with Biden, it's so sad to see someone who is past their prime and they're just clinging on, sticking to power. It's like, why go out like that? Here's your chance to retire with dignity and grace. And I honestly, I would much rather see my city and the residents of Southgate suffer and endure pestilence and famine than to see Councilmember Hurtado and Mayor Davila remain on our city council. I mean, you guys have really just taken our city and just tanked it with the finances. And for you to continue on our city council would be the equivalent of Chief Arana running into a burning building with no one to save. What good is that going to accomplish? That's self-harm. That's self-sabotage right there. So I urge you to please give consideration to us residents and give us a chance to have someone new on there, new brains, new ideas. I'm looking at someone right now who I think would be perfectly suited to serve on our council, but he has to want it more than me. I'll end with that.
Thank you. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails.
Thank you. I will like to just ask Luis, I know I want to bring this up. I know it's been a few months now that we have not seen any late payments coming through. Can you just touch on if we've adjusted any of our contracts with some of the vendors to be able to adjust that? Or have we just adjusted our payment schedule on some of those?
Yes, we've provided direction to department heads to change our in our current contracts and our new contracts, the net payment terms from 30 days We're aiming for 60 days, but many vendors are compromising on 45 days, and that's helped significantly in avoiding late fees.
So I just wanted to point that out, that we've been taking some proactive approach on that, and I have been noticing that there's no more late fees being charged on the last 2 months of a warrant register. So thank you, and thank your staff for being proactive on that. What are wishes of council?
Second.
We have first and second. Roll call?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. City Auditor. With that, we are going to be adjourning. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Mr. Dominguez, have a wonderful night. Be safe out there.